No, the one that you just made at the others.
Which one? Which one are you?
We just
This one?
yes.
This is not protocol listing. This is just guest listing.
You have
Eh?
you have it there.
No, no.
Send it.
You want this?
Yes. Okay. Share your umbrella.
Okay.
Okay. Go to announcement of announce again. Executive director.
Announced it now in his president.
No, he wasn't there.
I say I don't know him. I know him now. When he came in, he announced it again. Except you didn't hear.
Okay. They asked which of Dr. Ayub are supposed to
Dr. Ayuba. Two. Dr. Ayuba Basajon. Two. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I also especially appreciate our foreign delegates, particularly those from South Africa, from Zimbabwe, from Sierra Leone, from Kenya, and from Uganda. Thank you very much. May I also add those who came in from Cote d'Ivoire. Welcome. Well, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to start. We were waiting for you to be a little more comfortable, but the chillers are on, so in a few minutes you should be very comfortable where you're seated. May I also recognize the presence of the Clerk of the Senate Committee on Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Honorable Ralph Adewi. You're welcome. So please put your hands together for him. So once again, I say welcome to the FMBNB. It's usually a very different experience when the FMB holds sway. It's more classy, it's more organized, more beautiful, and the people appear gorgeous even from the stage. To begin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can we stand as we honor Nigeria by taking the national anthem? Sound people, can we have the first stanza of the national anthem, please? You want to sing the national anthem? Can we be courageous enough to sing it? Please, can we start from Thank you very much. Please, you may take your seats. Can we appreciate the technical crew? They just came back from South Africa. Please put your hands together for them. The representative of the head of civil service of the Federation and a special guest of honor for today, the Permanent Secretary, Service Welfare Office, Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Abdul Sule Garba, the Clerk of the Senate Committee on Works, Housing and Urban Development, our foreign delegates here present, representatives of the NLC and the TUC, our board members, our managing director, and other heads of government agencies, heads of the organized private sector here present, management staff, our zonal managers, and our partners, distinguished invited guests, our keynote speaker and panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. May I especially thank you, our industry leaders and our partners, and welcome you to the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria Day at the 20th edition of the Africa International Housing Show. Every great nation is built twice, first in its vision and then with bricks. Today we gather around a common blueprint, leveraging partnership for sustainable, affordable housing for low-income and informal workers. The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is providing a mortgage for more than finance. It is providing hope, relief, and a sound sleep. Through its rent-to-own, it turns tenants into tomorrow's homemakers. Through its home renovation loan, it reminds us that even strong dreams sometimes need to be renovated. The individual construction loan empowers families to raise their aspirations one block at a time. And the NHF Diaspora Mortgage Loan ensures that distance is never a wall between Nigerians abroad and the homes they long to build here in the country. And in the future, we also talk about the Cooperative Housing Development Loan, as it teaches us when many hands lift one roof, entire communities find shelter and the horizon and promise of national interest. Of course, the non-interest housing finance and the issues of rent without interest is opening yet another door for providing affordable housing that can be inclusive, innovative, and accessible to all. And so today, partnership becomes a pillar, and policies become foundations. Mortgages become key, and affordable housing becomes more than a dream, it becomes an address. Ladies and gentlemen, may I therefore officially welcome you to the FMBN Day, where together we are not merely financing houses, we are building futures, securing generations, and laying the foundation for a more prosperous Nigeria. I want to say once again, let's put our hands together for the FMBN. The first item on my program is supposed to be an address. The address by someone very special. And so I'll ask us to focus on the screen as our technical crew, this time working on time and prompt, to play a little profile about who that person is before he comes up.
A home is more than shelter. It is security, dignity, and opportunity. And for millions of Nigerians, it is the foundation upon which futures are built. At the center of this national mission stands the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, an institution committed to expanding affordable home ownership across the nation. And leading this transformation is a man whose story is deeply connected to the institution he now serves. A banker, a reformer, an institution builder. Mr. Shehu Usman Osidi. Born on the 10th of May 1965 in Shafa Abakwa, Toto local government area of Nasarawa State, Mr. Osidi built a life founded on discipline, excellence, and service. He holds a master's degree in business administration from Bayero University, Kano. Over a distinguished career spanning more than 3 decades, he has built an impressive reputation in banking, finance, and public service. From Lion Bank to Diamond Bank, Intercontinental Bank, AfriBank, and ultimately the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, his professional journey has been defined by innovation, integrity, and leadership. In April 2010, he joined the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria as an assistant general manager. Over the next 13 years, he rose steadily through the ranks, earning the trust of colleagues, stakeholders, and industry leaders alike. Then, in February 2024, Mr. Osidi became the first career staff member ever appointed Managing Director and Chief Executive of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Since assuming office, Mr. Osidi has embarked on an ambitious reform agenda anchored on 4 strategic priorities: financial sustainability, customer impact, operational efficiency, and institutional renewal. The results have been remarkable. National Housing Fund collections grew from 100 billion in 2023 to a historic 152.4 billion naira in 2025, the highest ever recorded in the history of the scheme. To support the federal government's Renewed Hope housing program, the bank provided a 100 billion naira off-takers guarantee to accelerate housing delivery nationwide. Over 300,000 new contributors joined the National Housing Fund within 2 years, deepening participation and expanding opportunities for more Nigerians. Housing delivery accelerated significantly. Project financing doubled, 39.7 billion in 2023 to over 79 billion naira in 2025. The bank is financing delivery of over 6,911 housing units. Individual mortgage disbursements increased to 8.2 billion naira. Home renovation loans expanded to 13.8 billion naira, benefiting more than 15,000 Nigerians. But behind every number is something far more important: a family, a dream fulfilled, a future secured, and a renewed promise to Nigerians. Today, the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is playing an even greater role in supporting Nigeria's housing transformation. Mr. Osidi is an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, a member of the Nigerian Institute of Management, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, a fellow of the Institute of Credit Administration, and a fellow of the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria. He is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, Boston, USA, and the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, USA. His story is one of service. His leadership is one of transformation. And his mission is clear: to make affordable home ownership a reality for millions of Nigerians. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and join us in warmly welcoming Mr. Shehu Usman Osidi, FCIB, FICA, FCNA, Managing Director, Chief Executive, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. You may please have your seats. The head of civil service of the Federation, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, Service Welfare Office, Dr. Abdul Sule Garba, our keynote speaker, Reverend Dr. Ugo Chukwuchime, representatives of the labor centers, namely Comrade Benson of the NLC and Comrade Toro, Secretary General of TUC, the Chairman, Board of Trustees, AIHS, Surveyor Suleiman, the former Minister of the Federal Republic, distinguished panelists, my colleagues on the executive team of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, management, and staff of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome you all to the 3rd edition of FMBN Day at the Africa International Housing Show. Since the introduction of FMBN Day in 2024, this platform has evolved into one of the most important engagements for constructive dialogue between the bank and stakeholders across Nigeria's housing finance ecosystem. It has become a unique opportunity for us to reflect on our progress, exchange ideas, and collectively chart a sustainable path towards expanding access to affordable housing for Nigerians. I therefore wish to express our profound appreciation to the organizers of the African International Housing Show for once again providing this respected platform that combines to contribute and collaborate with knowledge sharing opportunities for the Africa's housing sector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's event, leveraging partnerships for sustainable, affordable housing for low-income and informal workers, is quite instructive for us as the foremost mortgage institution providing affordable housing finance in Nigeria. Today, Nigeria faces an estimated housing deficit running into millions of units, with the burden falling disproportionately on low-income earners and the informal sector, which constitutes well over two-thirds of our nation's workforce. Ironically, these are the very Nigerians who contribute immensely to national productivity, yet remain the most financially excluded from formal housing finance systems. Many Nigerians have irregular income patterns. Many lack formal documentation demanded by conventional lenders. Many cannot accumulate the sizable equity contributions required to access traditional mortgage finance. Yet, these Nigerians deserve decent homes. They deserve access to affordable mortgage products designed around their realities rather than around conventional banking assumptions. Unfortunately, this challenge cannot be solved by government alone. Neither can it be solved by financial institutions acting in isolation. It requires deliberate collaboration among government, housing finance institutions, developers, state governments, organized labor, cooperative societies, development finance institutions, and the private sector. Partnership, therefore, is no longer optional. It has become the most sustainable pathway towards achieving affordable housing at scale. The choice of today's theme and the discussions intended to be generated from it are therefore deliberate. To guide this important discussion, we are privileged to have as our moderator Mrs. Nancy Ilo, an accomplished broadcaster and respected public affairs professional whose experience in facilitating this kind of events is widely acknowledged. We are equally honored to welcome an exceptional panel comprising distinguished professionals whose combined expertise spans housing finance, banking, architecture, project development, and real estate investment. We have Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Chime, the Group Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Copen Group, an accomplished business leader with extensive experience in large-scale real estate development and infrastructure financing. He is a known philanthropist and an infrastructure financier and a very good friend and partner of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Mrs. Olajumoke Akinwumi is one of Nigeria's most respected housing finance and real estate experts, whose decades of experience across banking, investment, and housing policy continue to shape conversations on affordable housing across Africa. We also have architect Andover Lawrence Utsaha, a distinguished architect with over 22 years of professional practice in housing design, sustainable development, and urban planning. And last, but by no means the least, we have Mr. Chinedu Onyenweni from the Central Bank of Nigeria. He is a senior manager, certified banker, and an insurance professional whose wealth of experience in financial regulation, risk management, and housing finance governance will enrich today's deliberations. Distinguished panelists, we are grateful to you for honoring our invitation and for your willingness to contribute your knowledge and experience towards finding practical solutions to Nigeria's housing challenges. I also warmly welcome our esteemed stakeholders from across the housing value chain, representatives of federal and state government agencies, primary mortgage banks, real estate developers, professional bodies, labor unions, cooperative societies, the media, and indeed participants from other countries in Africa. Your presence here reflects our shared commitment to addressing one of Nigeria's most pressing socioeconomic challenges, which is the provision of decent, affordable, and accessible housing for all. As we all know, housing is far more than shelter. It is a catalyst for economic growth, social stability, wealth creation, and national development. Housing stimulates over 40 allied industries, generates employment, deepens financial inclusion, and contributes significantly to national productivity. For these reasons, housing remains one of the most powerful instruments for inclusive economic development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, when we gathered at this forum last year, I shared with you the remarkable progress that FMBN had made in repositioning itself as a more efficient, transparent, and impact-driven housing finance institution. I am delighted to report today that the bank has not only sustained that momentum, but has significantly exceeded many of the milestones we have set for ourselves. The progress we have recorded over the past year is a testament to what can be achieved with sound corporate governance, prudent financial management, and above all, strategic partnerships. Indeed, every major achievement we have recorded has been made possible through collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, our supervising ministry, the National Assembly, particularly our direct oversight committees of the Senate and the House of Representatives, regulatory agencies like the Central Bank of Nigeria, NDIC, the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation, the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, the labor centers, namely the NLC and TUC, state governments, developers, primary mortgage banks, development finance institutions, cooperative societies, and other stakeholders. This year's theme, therefore, reflects our lived experience. Partnerships deliver results. Partnerships create opportunities that no single institution can achieve alone. Leveraging on collaboration and partnerships, I am pleased to inform you that 2025 marked one of the most successful years in the history of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Through strategic partnerships with our stakeholders, FMBN has financed 6,911 housing units during the year, representing approximately 96% of our annual target, and a remarkable 300% increase over the 2,165 units financed in 2024. FMBN has also significantly expanded support to credible developers undertaking affordable housing projects across the country, particularly under the renewed Hope Housing Program of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. Project loan disbursements increased from 31.5 billion in 2024 to 79 billion in 2025, representing one of the highest levels of construction financing ever provided by the bank. Beyond the numbers, these investments represent thousands of jobs created for artisans, engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, suppliers, transporters, and numerous small businesses operating within Nigeria's housing value chain. One of the strategic priorities of the current management has also been to ensure that mortgage finance becomes more accessible, more inclusive, and more responsive to the realities of Nigerians. Accordingly, we recorded significant improvements across all our housing finance products. Regular NHF mortgage disbursements increased to 8.2 billion, representing a 38% increase over the previous year. Our rent-to-own product continued to provide opportunities for Nigerians, with 367 beneficiaries accessing homes valued at over 7.1 billion naira. Similarly, our home renovation law recorded unprecedented growth. In 2025, we disbursed a record 13.8 billion to 15,290 beneficiaries, representing an 86% increase over the previous year. We also strengthened our commitment to contributors by improving the efficiency of the National Housing Fund scheme. Refund payments increased to 15.6 billion in 2025, while the number of beneficiaries rose to 55,068. These figures demonstrate our commitment to meeting Nigerians at different stages of their housing journey, whether they seek to own a new home, improve an existing one, or transition gradually into home ownership. Loan recovery also increased from 14 billion to 27.3 billion in 2025. Following the same trajectory, the bank has also witnessed unprecedented improvements in all areas of its operations, with growing public confidence in the management of the National Housing Fund, demonstrated by improved compliance by employers and contributors, as well as collections. And as a strong pillar of support for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope housing agenda, the bank is currently financing a total of 3,139 housing units through the provision of 27 billion naira construction finance for renewed hope housing project at Igbejuleki, Lagos, 19.9 billion naira for Karsana project, 10 billion naira for Port Harcourt project, and 7.8 billion naira for the renewed hope project in Enugu. Even more encouraging is the restoration of confidence by stakeholders who had previously disengaged from the scheme. After 27 years, the Oyo State government has approved the return of its workforce into the National Housing Fund. Similarly, the Kano State government signed a memorandum of agreement with the bank for the return of the state, which had exited the scheme more than 2 decades earlier. These milestones underscore the confidence that governments and organized labor now repose in FMBN. Perhaps one of the most exciting aspects of our transformation journey has been our deliberate focus on product innovation. We have recognized that Nigeria's housing finance challenges cannot be addressed through a one-size-fits-all approach. Different income groups require different financing solutions. Accordingly, FMBN has developed a new generation of housing finance products designed to meet the diverse needs of Nigerians. These include the FMBN non-interest mortgage product, the diaspora NHF mortgage loan, and the rent assistance product. To demonstrate our commitment further in deepening inclusion with the mortgage financing space, the bank is also formalizing a collaboration with the Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board, designed to create a more structured, efficient, and impactful framework for delivering mortgage loans to federal civil servants through the Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board. This partnership will provide multiple options tailored to meet the diverse housing needs of workers, whether for home ownership, renovation, rent support, or incremental housing development. Ladies and gentlemen, these achievements I have just highlighted reinforce one important truth. No institution, not even one with the mandate and experience of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, can solve Nigeria's housing challenge alone. Housing delivery depends upon the effective collaboration of governments, financial institutions, developers, investors, regulators, organized labor, and the professional associations. This explains why the theme of today's engagement, leveraging partnerships for sustainable, affordable housing for low-income workers, cannot have come more appropriately. For decades, the housing finance system has focused primarily on workers in the informal employment. While this segment remains critically important, it represents only a fraction of Nigeria's economically active population. Millions of Nigerians operate successful businesses in markets, farms, workshops, transport services, creative industries, and digital enterprises. Yet, they remain excluded from conventional mortgage finance simply because existing financial models were not designed around their economic realities. This must change. The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria deliberately assembled this distinguished panel because we recognize that no single institution possesses all the answers. Today's discussion brings together professionals whose collective experience spans virtually every segment of the housing value chain. We are particularly interested in hearing your perspectives on several critical questions. How can government and the private sector work together more effectively to reduce housing costs? How do we attract more long-term capital into affordable housing? What innovative financing mechanisms can expand mortgage accessibility for informal sector workers? How do we leverage technology to improve affordability and transparency? How can we strengthen confidence among investors while protecting the interests of contributors? What role should cooperative societies, labor unions, and community organizations play in expanding access to housing finance? How do we deepen partnerships between FMBN, developers, state governments, and development finance institutions to increase housing supply? I have no doubt that the caliber of professionals before us today will provide valuable insights that will help shape the future direction of affordable housing finance in our country. Permit me to reaffirm that the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria remains fully committed to its mandate as Nigeria's apex housing finance institution. We shall continue to strengthen our partnerships with governments at all levels, organized labor, cooperative societies, private developers, primary mortgage banks, and professional associations. Above all, we shall remain focused on ensuring that affordable housing becomes a practical reality for every hardworking Nigerian. Not only those in the formal employment, but also artisans, traders, farmers, transport operators, small business owners, self-employed professionals, and the millions of Nigerians whose daily enterprise sustains our national economy. That, in our view, is the true essence of inclusive development. That is the promise of the National Housing Fund Scheme. Before I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to once again express my profound appreciation to our special guest of honor, the head of service of the Federation, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, Civil Welfare Office, for her unwavering leadership and steadfast support for the housing sector and for the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. I wish to particularly recognize the support of our two oversight committees of the National Assembly under the able leadership of distinguished Senator Aminu Waziri Tambuwal, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Housing and Urban Development, and Honorable Abdulmumin Jibrin, PhD, the Chairman, House Committee on Housing and Habitat. I also wish to thank our distinguished panelists and our moderator for graciously accepting our invitation to share their invaluable knowledge and experience with us. To the organizers of the African International Housing Show, especially Barrister Festus Adebayo, thank you for your continued commitment to promoting dialogue, innovation, and collaboration within Africa's housing sector. To all our stakeholders, labor unions, customers, and contributors to the National Housing Fund Scheme, we deeply appreciate your trust and confidence in the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Your partnership remains our greatest strength. Once again, on behalf of the board, management, and staff of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, I warmly welcome you to the 2026 FMBN Day at the African International Housing Show. I wish us all fruitful deliberations and a successful event. Thank you very much.
I thought that applause was a little weak. Can we do it better? I was at the conference and the moderator said, can you clap according to the account balance in your account? I have to look at it. Well, if you're here, probably you are supposed to be in another hall. We have Mr. Victor Oyeguke, SA on Cooperatives, Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture, Hajia Salamatuladi Ahmed, and Tandiwe Lamini. Please, your attention is needed in the other hall. Thank you very much. May I also specially appreciate Director HRMD, representing Dr. Ohiri Kelechi, DG CEO of NHIA, Mrs. Halima Y. Zachary. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. Also here we have a very renowned professor, a speaker at many conferences, and he has attended some even without having a paper to present. He had presented paper from his heart, from his mind, and from his conscience. He's the director in charge of the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development, University of Lagos, Professor Timothy Nubi. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. We are honored. Very quickly, we'll continue as we make progress. I want to assure you that we'll do this as quickly as possible. Coming up next is a few sets of goodwill messages. And the first, of course, will be by the Secretary General of the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, Comrade General N.A. Toro, PhD, MNI. Please put your hands together for him. Can we clap for him, please? That's the labor we are talking about.
Your Excellencies, invited guests, good morning all. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I am Comrade General N.A. Toro, PhD, MNI, Secretary General of the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC, standing in for the number one worker, Comrade Engineer Festus Osifo, who is unavoidably absent. I extend warm greetings to the management and staff of the Federal Mortgage Bank, FMBN, distinguished stakeholders, invited guests, and participants at this important event making the FMBN Day at the Africa International Housing Show 2026. Your Excellencies, the theme of this year's engagement, leveraging partnership for affordable housing for low-income and informal workers, is both timely and critical. It speaks directly to one of the most pressing socio-economic challenges facing our nation today: the provision of decent, accessible, and affordable housing for Nigerian workers, particularly those within the low-income and informal sector who remain largely undeserved. The Trade Union Congress of Nigeria recognizes that housing is not just a basic human need, but a fundamental component of workers' welfare, dignity, and productivity. And as such, we strongly align with the mission of the Federal Mortgage Bank to drive accessible and affordable home ownership through the provision of sustainable liquidity, as well as the development of innovative products and services tailored to the realities of Nigerian workers. Let me particularly commend the OCD-led management of the bank for the notable strides recorded in recent times. The commitment to innovation, stakeholder engagement, and expansion of housing finance opportunities demonstrates a clear understanding of the evolving need of the workforce. These efforts are worthy of recognition and encouragement. However, given the magnitude of the housing deficit in Nigeria and the growing demand of our workforce, we urge the management to redouble its effort. There is need to deepen more partnership with organized labor, cooperatives, and the private sector, while also designing more inclusive and flexible housing scheme that accommodates informal economy workers who constitute a significant portion of the labor force. The Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, our invited guests, Your Excellencies, remain committed to working collaboratively, with the FMBN and other stakeholders to ensure that Nigerian workers have improved access to affordable housing solutions. Together, through sustained partnership and shared commitment, we can make the dreams of home ownership a reality for millions of workers. Once again, we congratulate the management and staff of FMBN on this occasion and wish you all a fruitful deliberations. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Well, these are very, very bold moves and bold statements, and it's important that we take them quickly. But before I bring on the next, I want to specially appreciate the board chairman of AIHS and former Minister of Environment, His Excellency Surveyor Suleiman Hassan Zarma. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. We are honored to have you. One honorable member told me that it is important that we build houses that can include both rich people and poor people living in the same area. And I think that's possible. Because if you're a poor man and you live in certain neighborhood, the kind of adverts that you hear is not good. You hear things like tia money. You hear diggy well, poto komot, water, killing. You hear things like condemn handset, baje. If your handset is spoiled, will they buy am 500 naira? How can you buy handset that is spoiled 500? Something somebody bought with his own money for 50,000. But we are hoping that when the houses come, at least let's hear beautiful adverts in the neighborhood. How can somebody wake you up and they are telling you that you should come and buy rat poison in the morning? You don't hear it in the highbrow area. So please, in considering houses for low-income people, let's think of something that can incorporate both the rich and the poor. So the rich man can be in the main flat and the poor man is at the boys' quarters. Let's live together in peace. Please clap for that idea. My neighbor told me once, he said, "Sir, I borrowed 10 million naira to start fish pond." I said, "What happened?" He said, "After 3 months, the fish were not growing." I said, "So what's wrong with the money?" He said, "The money is finished. Now he's feeding them with a bar." Can you be doing that? It's neighborhood advice. Nigerian fish can eat anything, sha. But distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will take this a little further and permit me to invite the secretary, the representative of the president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Comrade Joe Ajero, who's represented here today by Comrade Ben Sinukwa. Please put your hands together for him.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the chairperson of this occasion, the managing director of FMBN, and its management team. Staff and management of Federal Mortgage Bank. I bring you the warm compliments of the Nigerian Labour Congress and felicitations of the president, Comrade Joe Ajero, who would have been here in person, but due to the push and pull of the office, he is somewhere at another ceremony. I'd like to begin my goodwill message with a story. At a live groundbreaking event in Lafia early this year, I had publicly asked the governor of Nasarawa State that he didn't have to look far if he was looking for a successor. That given the credentials of his son in diaspora, Alhaji Sheikh Usman Osidi, that he should look that way. And when it was time for the governor to give his remarks, the governor said he was willing and ready, and that Elijah City has all the necessary ingredients to lead the state, and that those who had been harassing him did not even have the resources. That Elisha has the resources, that he was waiting. But then, to my dismay, when Elijah City took over the mic, he threw it back at me. He didn't send me. He was not interested. He has a job at FMBN, a job that he was yet to fully accomplish. And we all laughed. But of course, the message had been delivered. His comment was a demonstration of unwavering loyalty and unflinching commitment to the bank. And this should not be taken lightly. In the course of his stewardship, we are witnesses to innovations such as forging a credible partnership with the Staff Loans Board for Affordable Housing, amongst others. You heard the statistics, and you heard my friend and younger brother, Dr. Toro, in his goodwill message. We're aware, in fact, I have the records here. I didn't know that these were going to be read in the public today. We're aware of the substantial savings Distinguished Senator, you are welcome, Your Excellency. The gentleman who just walked in is a comrade. Yes. We are aware of the substantial savings made through prudence and plugging of leakages in the system, raising the financial base of the bank. We'll commend him and the management and staff for repositioning the bank for higher performance. In the past 2 years, Elijah City has been walking a tightrope, balancing the demands of government, contributors, staff, management and staff. It's not an easy work. We recognize and commend these initiatives, but we'll make an appeal. The first appeal is that the bank needs more ICT. We are aware of the processes of ICT with Alhaji Gimba Kumo that has considerably grown. But in banking innovation, ICT is simply indispensable. The second appeal is fresh staff welfare, as inflation and cost of living introduced by the Middle East war have literally wiped out the welfare Mr. Sidi did for management and staff. So we are making an appeal that a new welfare package should be introduced to make management and staff feel competitively bankers. The other appeal is it has to look into his mirror. They call it something glass, that glass you use in sin, to see how he can provide more houses in the face of rising costs. The other and the last is for him to facilitate the process of convening a housing summit where architects, builders, engineers, every one of them will come together to find a solution to the Nigerian housing project. At the moment, the cost has been running, and it's not under the control of the bank, and it's not under the control of anybody. We do believe when these entities come together, when they come together, they will find an enduring solution that will lead to the construction of livable and affordable houses. We should stop depending on Western Europe for everything of ours. Our forefathers built houses that stood the test of time. They built roofs that were breathable, creating salubrious environment, health-giving environment. So why are we running from our heritage? Can we not sit down and look into what they did to keep their civilization going? Must we keep on surrendering everything? So I'm urging him and his management to convene a summit so that we can talk to ourselves and come with an enduring solution. And finally, in the 70s, government said housing for all by the year 2000. Government did not know that 2000 will come. By the time we got to 2000, housing deficit has grown. Today, we're talking about 25 million housing deficit in the country. It is totally unacceptable. It is on this note I say, let us challenge ourselves for more enduring solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. May I especially appreciate the presence of His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Amin Waziri Tambwal, CFR, Matawalin Sokoto, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Please put your hands together for him. So we are taking a special one from the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, who wanted personally to be here, but who had also sent one who is both our own, and he had worked closely with us many years. Who better to send than the Permanent Secretary in the Service Welfare Office and the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation? Please put your hands together for Dr. Abdul Sule Garba. Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please.
Yeah, because I don't have any. Well, I stand in for the. I recognize the presence of the Senator Aminu Waziri Tambuel, the former governor of Sokoto State, currently the chairman of Committee on Housing and Urban Development. Permit me to stand on already established protocol. I don't think I will bore you so much with speech because the two comrades have already read what is actually I'm supposed to say. And by virtue of the office where I am, the service welfare, I'm also a comrade too. So I don't know, maybe in a way they happen to sneak to have an information about my speech. Good afternoon, everybody. The head of civil service of the Federation would have loved to have been here, but for other exigencies of the office, she wasn't able to make it. But she actually sent her warm greetings and felicitation to the management and staff of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria for this feat. As Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation has already keyed into interagency collaboration with the Federal Mortgage Bank. Just recently, we even signed a loan, subscribed to the loan facility of the Federal Mortgage Bank to the tune of 10 billion naira. And the essence of doing this is to increase the funding stream for civil servants so that civil servants will be able to have access to housing facilities. And we have already signed an MOU regarding that. Because once a civil servant has a shelter on his head, of course, efficiency, productivity, incorruptible attitude will completely be wiped out. I urge both local and international delegates who are here, who have subscribed to the platform of the Federal Mortgage Bank. May I use this opportunity to congratulate you because you are in the right place. And I also wish the management and staff of the Federal Mortgage Bank a fruitful deliberation. And once again, congratulations on this feat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the representative of the head of civil service of the Federation. We are honored to have you. Please appreciate him with another round of applause. I heard that somebody had gone to Federal Mortgage Bank when he noticed that it was the current MD was there. He said because of his integrity, he wants to open a bank account with them. I said, sir, can you go to another bank first and start somewhere? There are some MDs who will motivate you with courage and show you what it means to do what you need to do. Please, let's appreciate the MD once more. Earlier, we have shared with you the numbers. We have also opened up the Federal Mortgage Bank to you in two very important speeches, but we'll have a very concise video that will tell you exactly what we represent, what we do, and how you can be partners. Besides that, I'll also want to inform you that we have a stand just outside this hall. It's important that you go there, take a look at what we have, know the partners that we work with, and see how you can key into the very many products that we have. We have done a lot of publicity for Nigerians, but we still need you to see it for yourself. Have a one-on-one chat with our staff out there so you can have first-hand knowledge and make decisions about working with us as a bank. However, the next video is a short introduction about what we represent as a bank. Let's focus on the screen now for the next few minutes. Technical crew, please. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I've been told that that presentation will be done live here so that you can have opportunity to answer the questions. Let's invite Eukaria Alozie to come and do us the presentation. She is a very dedicated staff of FMBN. From day one, she has been committed to work. We only recently sent her to Harvard to learn how to make presentation. Please clap for her.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the MD, the executive directors, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. Today, I want to seek a different approach. My hope of this presentation is to inform you of all that the Federal Mortgage Bank truly is. Everyone tells a story about who they think we are, but today I want to show you and also help you see the figures, feel the tangible impact that the bank has been able to achieve thus far. I'm sorry. Technical team, please. Thank you. Every great nation is built one community at a time, and Nigeria is no different. The Federal Mortgage Bank, that has been in existence for almost 7 decades, still serves its purpose as it was established. Homes do more than provide shelter, and we all know how important it is to have a roof over your head, one that is yours, one that you own. Homes create stability, opportunity, and the foundation of every thriving economy. When more Nigerians own quality, affordable homes, our economy will improve. The Federal Mortgage Bank has 36 branch offices all over the nation. The intention is not to just empower us who are here at the FCT, but to reach you at the root of your problem. Our branch offices are equipped with staff of the bank who are willing to take you through the entire process from identifying the property to securing your own mortgage at the whopping 6% interest rate. Every organization that has been here since Monday has given you a very deep presentation of what the products that they have are. But I know that no one has told you about a 6% interest rate. We're the first. We're the originals. There have been many variations of housing products that have, been marketed in this hall. In fact, yesterday we had a very big panel that was discussing the gaps, and the Honorable Minister Kemi Adeosun, she was saying that, in the UK, they were studying the Isusu method of providing home ownerships through collaborations and cooperatives. And I was just thinking, the Federal Mortgage Bank has been on to this for years. We have Sorry, we're just waiting for the slides to come up at the back. Right. As I was saying, yesterday there were a lot of products that were marketed to you here. And I want to just use this opportunity to remind you that the Federal Mortgage Bank is the original blueprint. We started the cooperative housing development loan long before anyone thought about marketing it so gloriously. I know before I came to speak, the head of the NLC TUC had also spoken to this effect. They can attest to the fact that the bank is working every day towards putting roofs over the houses of corporators. Housing is more than just infrastructure. It's the foundation of sustainable development. The 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, Goal 11, is to create sustainable cities and communities. Nigeria's commitment is to be able to create access to affordable housing, to be able to include as many demographics as possible, and to be able to create communities that in themselves sustain each other. Our role as the Federal Mortgage Bank is to drive the delivery of accessible and affordable home ownership by providing homes that Nigerians can access. Strong communities begin with strong homes. Homes create that stability. If housing is so important and is the foundation of national development, where does Nigeria stand today? Throughout the course of this presentation, I will show you the different demographics that the Federal Mortgage Bank has been able to reach. So many times we talk about the problems that we have, but today I want us to take a positive outlook and focus on the actual impact we've been able to make. So throughout this presentation, I wouldn't be talking about the gaps we have to cover. I will be talking about the success stories and the impact that we have already made. The housing deficit, as everyone knows, is currently over 28 million. Our population growth is about 230 million people in Africa. More than 54% of Nigerians live in urban areas, and this is an important cause for urbanization. But almost 60% of Nigerians do not own their own homes. Mortgage penetration is continuously on the up and up. While we have already been able to capture and increase our penetration over the last year, there is still much work to be done. I would like to give you a brief history of the FMBN. We were established in 1966 as the Nigerian Building Society. And in 1973, we were appointed and established to lead the national housing finance ecosystem as the apex housing provider. In 1992, the National Housing Fund was established, and we are, in fact, till this day, the custodians of that fund. Today, we support Nigeria's housing future with over 6 of the bank's products. In this brief presentation, I will capture all those products and help you connect. And my hope is that at the end of this presentation, you would see yourself in the stories that I would share. The Renewed Hope agenda aims to build 5,000 housing units in phase 1, 30 Renewed Hope estates, 7 Renewed Hope cities, and nationwide delivery of all of this. Currently, the Federal Mortgage Bank has been able to support 10,112 housing units already in construction across 14 locations in the country. The Federal Mortgage Bank enables access through National Housing Finance, the Rent-to-Own Scheme, the Home Renovation Loan, the Individual Construction Loan. It partners with developers because the theme of this year is partnerships, and those partnerships can be seen through the Cooperative Housing Development Loan, the Diaspora Mortgage Loan that is coming, the Estate Development Loan, and the Ministerial Pilot Housing Scheme. Currently, we've delivered 2,543 housing units, 406 mortgage loans have been originated, over 197 billion loan approvals, 146 billion NHF contributions have been collected, and 71.45 billion loan disbursements have been made till this day. I realize that throughout this presentation, nobody has given you their numbers, just like we have. We're open, and we want you to know that we're succeeding, and your success really is ours. Currently, the Federal Mortgage Bank has 170,000 NHF contributions that are new. We have 683 rent-to-own beneficiaries, 49,000 NHF refund beneficiaries, 14,870 renovation loan beneficiaries, and we have disbursed 16 billion of Nigeria's refunds. Now, I want to introduce you to a few characters, if you would come with me. On the screen here, you can see Ola. He's a young man. Ola wants to build his family's first home. He already owns the land. Now he needs the support to build and complete it. What do you think Ola should do? The solution for Ola is the individual construction loan that the bank provides to finance the construction or even the completion of your own home. It helps Nigerians build their homes one stage at a time. 30 years ago, Chiamaka moved into her FMBN-funded home at 25 years old. Instead of paying rent to the landlord, she made every payment towards owning that home. Today, she has completed her mortgage and her house is now hers. The solution for this at the bank is called the rent-to-own, where the Federal Mortgage Bank facilitates the ownership of homes through its own funded estates. Move in today, pay gradually, own tomorrow. A cooperative had a shared vision. They secured the land and partnered with their own developer to build houses of their own taste. Together, they turned a shared dream into a thriving community. The Federal Mortgage Bank supports them through the Cooperative Housing Development Loan, supporting communities to build together. The Okafo family has outgrown their home. They want to renovate and create more space for the future. The product that serves this is the Home Renovation Loan, helping families improve the homes they already own. A developer is ready to build affordable homes, but he is in need of access to development finance. How will he get the money to fund his projects? The solution is the Estate Development Loan or the Ministerial Pilot Housing Scheme in collaboration with the ministry. Musa started contributing 25,000 naira every month to the National Housing Fund. In just 6 months, he became eligible to access up to 50 million naira as a premium customer of the Federal Mortgage Bank. Today, he's ready to buy his first home. A common misconception about the bank is that you need to be in contribution for years to be able to access the facility. In just 6 months, with consistent contribution, you can start your application. Bola wanted a quality home without the uncertainty of building from scratch. Through FMBN partnerships with accredited developers, she has found a completed home she can trust, and with financing made easy and accessible. As you can see, the Federal Mortgage Bank is constantly innovating to change, to create, to digitize, and to be up to date with standards. The Diaspora Housing Loan is a product the bank is currently working on. We just want you to know that we are currently innovating so that your home is not too far away. Ada moved to the UK 8 years ago. She had dreams of building a home in Nigeria, not just as an investment, but as a place her children will always call home. She has the income, she has the vision. She simply needs a trusted pathway to own a home back home. The Federal Mortgage Bank is currently working actively on bridging that gap through the Diaspora Housing Loan. Why choose us? Why choose FMBN? Amidst all the many mortgage institutions that have spoken to you today. We want you to choose us because not only do we have the most affordable rates anywhere in the country, we are accessible with over 37 offices all over the country. We are trusted, building homes for almost 7 decades. That's 70 years of quality service. If that doesn't taste, really don't. For first-time homeowners, we want to show you a pathway to easy access to speed up your home ownership. With long-term savings, your NHF contribution does more than open the door to home ownership. It is a refundable fee that you pay. Every contribution you make to the Federal Mortgage Bank is refundable in full, whether or not you access the facility when you attain the age of retirement. The NHF refund process is simple, transparent, and accessible. You can access it right here, right now, on your phone with the iBank, through the iBank platform on the Federal Mortgage Bank's website. If you step outside, you would see a beautifully decorated booth, lit up with staff ready to take your questions, ready to answer you, ready to soothe any ills you might have. It is called the Mortgage Clinic. Please do well to look into it as you step out today. And thank you so much for listening. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. Don't you just wish our staff or your staff are as classy as ours? Well, we will run through because of time. The next distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen, is one who is a distinguished speaker, and he has been described in various capacities as one who had helped Nigeria, particularly in the housing sector. He's a man who has spent a lifetime ensuring that development begins where every great vision starts, and that's on solid ground. He's one who is like an architect reading a blueprint before the first foundation is dug. He sees opportunities. He has become a bridge between policy and possibility. He has also helped with prosperity and turning titles into trust. His voice continues to shape the blueprint of Nigeria, where every parcel of land can become the foundation of a family's future. The choice of him today is important because of what he truly represents. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me therefore to invite our keynote speaker, a former president of RIDAN, the group managing director of Copen Group, and chairman of the Presidential Land Reform Tax Team. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Chime. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all. Permit me to stand on the very well-established protocol, but without first appreciating the presence of His Excellency, Senator Aminu Waziri Tambuwal, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Housing and Urban Development. We have something in common. He started his life in Enugu, in one of the mighty chambers there, and he remembers. And in Enugu, we will call him son of Enugu. And he comes around every time to remember his Oga. Thank you so much, sir. You are welcome, Your Excellency. I'd like to also appreciate the MD of FMBN, my dear good friend. Thank you so much, sir. And then the executive management. Honorable Mohammed was one of us in the Aluta in 2002, 2004 for the housing sector. And then also my dear friend and sister, Ms. Chinenye Anosike. Madam, thank you so much. And then also Ibidapo and the rest of the crew. I'd all be given an assignment, and I asked myself, where does it fit in with what we are discussing? Yesterday, I was part of the AGM of NECA, Nigerian Employers Consultative Association. So all the time when they were calling labor to come and speak, and they were called TUC, NLC, I was taking note, because yesterday we had a meeting with the Honorable Minister, and as I was flying back with him to Abuja yesterday evening, I told him, Honorable Minister, I think part of the problem we have is the fact that you are calling it Ministry of Labor and Employment. You should rather call it Ministry of Employment and Labor, because it is the employers that employ the labor. And all of us were discussing the issue. Today, I want to give you a historical perspective to what we have before us, before the rest of the panel will come in and join us. Before 1992, the issue of provision of housing was the responsibility of government. And that led to the creation of the housing corporations and the rest of them. Housing Development Corporation, we are giving subsidized land parcels, and they were also giving access to the budget of the various subnationals and Federal Housing Authority at the federal level. They were responsible for providing the people that we are discussing about, because the topic of our discussion is about leveraging partnership for sustainable, affordable housing. And we are looking at the low-income segment of society and the informal sector. Before 1992, that responsibility was being shouldered by government directly through the budgetary process. By 1992, we came on with the structural adjustment program that decided there will be privatization and commercialization of all these institutions that were providing affordable housing for our people. That was the beginning of the problem. Consequently, all the housing corporations were now fending for themselves. They now became profit-centered institutions. They were developing houses for themselves. That happened for 10 years. In 2002, the president of NLC, Adams Oshomole, said, no more. We shall not be contributing to the National Housing Fund, because whereas you have removed the institution that were providing housing for the low-income earners, you have not provided a substitute institution to be able to do that. In order to assuage the rebellion, as it were, because it threatened to pull out the workers from contributing to the National Housing Fund, there was a decision by President Obasanjo to create the Peter Odili-led committee to look into the crisis. And it was that committee that produced the technical committee of Federal Mortgage Bank, led by Professor Akim Mabogunje, who in that same vet decided there will be a merger of two institutions, the Federal Mortgage Finance and then the Federal Mortgage Bank, into one institution that we now have as Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. And then they did in the second thing, which was the creation of the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. It was these two institutions that now decided that they have to have a holistic attempt at discovering what is the transaction dynamics that will shape the future of housing in Nigeria. It was in response to that that in May 2002, developers were invited from across the country, and we had our first inaugural meeting at Old Chelsea Hotel in Abuja here, and then we elected Alhaji Lateef Jakonde to be our president as the president of Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria. It was that event that we also decided that we have to work together. And then the same Professor Akim Mabogunje-led technical committee of Federal Mortgage Bank went back to the institution and decided that Federal Mortgage Bank will no more be interested in only in flying with one wing. That is, giving only mortgage on the demand side. That rather they will intervene in moderating the prices of housing by making sure they give reduced financing rate to developers on condition that the developers will be able to develop houses that are affordable. They also had an initiative that through the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and through the National Council on Housing, they will motivate the state governments to also reduce the input cost and the transaction time and transaction cost for housing. It was on that same basis that you now had at the FCDA, the Mass Housing Department, which was supposed to be replicated across all the states of the Federation. Many other initiatives were also initiated. The program was rolled out. The bills were sent to the National Assembly. About 8 of them are still there hanging in the National Assembly up to today, from that time, from 2006. Now, why I chose to give you the statistics and the perspective is because we need to understand where the problem is coming and what has happened. Nigeria, as we know it, we have 2% of the global workforce is in Nigeria because of our population. And every year we have about 3 million entrants into the workforce. 90% of the workforce in Nigeria are employed by the private sector. Government employs only 10%. I know that because I'm a member of the Governing Council of NECA, and I'm also a management committee member of Nigerian Employers Consultative Association. Now, it is imperative that we need to have this data. So our job is to be able to provide for them. The medium-scale enterprises, MSMEs sector accounts for 75% of the workforce of Nigeria. And they are in the private sector. They are in the informal sector. And they are there, and that is what Federal Mortgage Bank have been trying to serve. What is important to note is that that initiative by this same Federal Mortgage Bank under the leadership of Officer Akim Mobogunje is what has led to the growth that we have today and what has led to the changes that we're having. And one of the critical things that they did as a committee, and which is why I'm happy that you are inviting us to meet here today, is the fact that they make sure that every member of the board had an assignment to do. They made sure that Mr. Fortune ABA was assigned to work with Mortgage Bankers Association of Nigeria to operate on the demand side and bring information from the mortgage sector into the boardroom of decision-making in FMBN. They made sure that Architect Agloka was assigned to work with the Building Material Producers Association of Nigeria to bring the world and the challenges of the suppliers of building material into the decision-making system of Federal Mortgage Bank. And then David Ganva was given the job of working with developers to be able to work and ensure that all the components that will make for success of the assignment they have been given the Federal Mortgage Bank are successful. And that is why I'm happy today that you are having this opportunity of bringing together panelists that span various sectors of the economy. Now, it is imperative also for us to note that the restructuring was meant to do a number of things. That is, the loan flying with two wings, managing the supply side dynamics and managing the demand side dynamics is the job that Federal Mortgage Bank have been given. As of today, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is the last man standing in the housing ecosystem. Can we clap for them? I am putting in context the issue before us because I've been privileged to work with Federal Mortgage Bank starting as a consultant in 2005 and be able to look at what are the issues. Currently, Federal Mortgage Bank have rolled out the product, so I don't need to go through what they have rolled out today. In the housing ecosystem as we have it, we have Federal Mortgage Bank occupying a place of pride. We also have other institutions that have come into play. But one key element that I would like to speak about is the African International Housing Show. A lot of things have gone on in Federal Mortgage Bank. I see my friend here, Kayode, who was the Executive Secretary of Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria. I remember when we spent 7 hours in the office of Mbang in Lagos with Mr. Richard Essien, who was the mortgage MD of Federal Mortgage Bank. You remember? Trying to see how Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria, Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, and Federal Mortgage Bank will be able to have a streamlined operational dynamics that will reduce the transaction costs and the transaction time in our quest to produce and give Nigerians the affordable housing that they desire. We spent 7 solid hours trying to coin out that process. Now, so the key question is this: where do we go from here? Because that is why the panel is here, and I'm happy that my dear sister and our wife, Nancy Ilonaji, is here to moderate us. Where do we go from here? Because if we don't have this critical perspective, I sit back here and I look at the fact that we are speaking about partnership. And there's no better partnership that we can talk about than the African International Housing Show. It has brought a new dynamics in the sense that prior to the existence of African International Housing Show, everyone who has a role to play goes home with their experience, with their networks at the end of their tenure. But what we have done and what the partnership that Federal Mortgage Bank is doing with African International Housing Show is showcasing for us is the fact that currently those who have had massive network experience about the Nigerian housing ecosystem, whether they are played in the public sector, like the chairman of the board of African International Housing System, who was the Minister of State for Housing, my dear friend Sobel Zama, I remember when we were doing Aluta together with him in the 1990s in Surveyors, Nigerian Institute of Surveyors Council. And he's there as minister. Before now, he would have gone home and no more to be seen. His experience gone down the line, but it's not happening. One of the panelists, Olajumoke Akinwumi, was the interim managing director of Family Homes Fund Limited and shepherded the existence of that institution. So where do we go from here? We need to do certain few things, and I'd like to put it down clearly. One of the things that I have said to Federal Mortgage Bank is the fact that they have endangered many of the estate development loans they were giving because the enabling environment is not existing at the subnationals. When I was appointed in 2004 to be the chairman of the land reform of the federal government, we decided to meet with all the subnationals to find a way to streamline the land administration process. Because a major component of what Federal Mortgage Bank must drive is to make sure that the existing gap between financial process and land process in the country is bridged. Today, we have CBN as the gatekeeper for the financial process. So all the demand process issues of mortgage loans go through them and they have set standard. Now, for those of us who operate on the supply side and who have to deal with the subnationals on the issue of land transaction, certification, approvals, and the rest of them, we must have to have an inclusive arrangement to make sure that that issue is handled. And finally, if these things are not done by any of the states, I've suggested to Federal Mortgage Bank over the years, stop giving estate development loan to states that will endanger your loan. I'd like to repeat it again. So let it not be said that you said it. Federal Mortgage Bank loans, because 2010, 2011, I was the co-chair of the FMBN Redan Committee to resolve the issue of over 25 billion naira loans that have gone bad. In the process of looking at what the issues were, we discovered that more than 60% of the issues are third-party issues. They are not issues that were related to Federal Mortgage Bank. They are not issues that are related to developers. They hinge on issues that were related to third-party issues, primarily the state governments and all the rest of them. Today, the establishment of Internal Record Registry Office of Federal Mortgage Bank came as a result of the challenges we had with FCT in giving titles. That was a way out. Therefore, we cannot continue to endanger the loans we give. If the enabling environment for that loan to successfully do the work and get repaid is not put in place, either at FCT or at the subnationals. These two issues are some of the issues that I'd like to put forward, because when we do not do that continuously, our quest to continue to remain the last man standing in the quest to provide affordable housing for Nigerians will always have a care leg. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Another round of applause to appreciate him. May I especially announce that the next will be the panel to take a look at this very important discussion. He has opened up a little, but there will be more to talk about. May I therefore invite Mrs. Olajumoke Akinwumi, real estate, housing, finance, and development expert, to join us on the panel. Please put your hands together for her. Please clap for her, clap for her. Thank you very much, ma'am. Also on the panel, Principal Partner 3P Designs Concepts Limited, Ondover Lawrence Usaha. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We have also with us the Managing Director for Modern Shelter, Sir Abdul Malik Mahdi. Please put your hands together for him. These are the real shakers and movers in the industry. Please clap specially for him. As local content as well as international content. May I also specially welcome Strategy Implementation Group, lead FSS Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Chinedu Onyewunyi. Please put your hands together for him. I'll also want to invite our lead speaker to join this panel. I'm so sure you should be on the panel. Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Obiora Chime, FNIS, FNOIB, Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Copen Group. Thank you very much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, for the one who will help us moderate this session is a woman known internationally. She only visits Nigeria for work. Let's specially welcome the face behind Money Line with Nancy. Let's welcome Nancy Elo Naji. Please put your hands together for her. She comes up.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Please, can you make it louder? Good afternoon, everyone. This is the cocoa of the matter. You know, because we've been hearing a lot of speeches, we've listened to goodwill messages, but my job here is simple but complex. My job here is, where do we go from here? That is what the keynote speaker left for us. That's the paramount question before us today. And my job every day on television is to ask questions. I'll be to ask hard questions. While I was sitting down there and the MD was speaking, I was thinking of a market woman who has spent 20 years or more building a successful business. A commercial driver who leaves home before sunrise every day. A young artisan who people like Reverend employs, whose skills help build our cities. They work hard, they contribute to the economy, they save consistently, but when it comes to owning a decent home, the ambition is a painful one and is far from reach. Not because they do not want to, not because of the lack vision or ambition, but because perhaps they do not even have the information or insight. In my short chat with the MD earlier on, he mentioned while he was speaking to me that, Nancy, we need to do a lot more. And I liked the presentation earlier on by the staff of the FMBN. But while I was also sitting down, while I was thinking about what this panel will do, my mind was around the fact that, do we have a system that lacks partnerships needed to make the dream possible? And that is what we'll be looking at. Because the story is the reality for millions of Nigerians. I want us to do a poll. MD, with your permission, should I go ahead? How many of us live in our own homes? Raise your hands up. MD, please look back. Please be honest. MD says be honest. Good. So that answers the question. And I hope that we'll be able to answer the question of leveraging partnerships and making sure that low-income workers and informal workers have access to affordable housing. Housing is not just about dignity, it's about security, it's about economic opportunities and social mobility. So having said that, how do we move beyond where we are in terms of housing deficits? The number is still contestable. I don't know if it's 18 million, I don't know if it's 70. I don't know if it's 25. But whatever it is, it's millions. We've been having silo activities, isolated projects to partnerships capable of delivering affordable housing. So without further ado, I would like to take it from where the keynote speaker ended. And my first question will go to him. Because having spoken, he's a man of experience. I would like him to share in just like 2 minutes, because we have a few minutes for this panel, and invariably open up to the audience for questions if we can. I would like Reverend Ugochime to answer. We've seen different housing initiatives in the past, but limited scale. What is the biggest institutional gap preventing effective collaboration? Like what you said, in your speech, I would like to hear the answers. You didn't give us the answers. So I would like to hear the answers here. So go ahead, sir. 2 minutes, please.
Okay. The biggest institutional challenge we have, I put your mind backwards. Some few years ago, I'm happy that the former Honorable Minister of State was there with us at the World Bank, and there was a pool that was done similar to the pool that you did today, and that was in 2016. And the decision that was made was that policy issues are the biggest challenge that we have with the affordable housing provision in the country. I've mentioned the fact that the challenge we have came in 1992. And the solution also will come from the source of that challenge, because the challenge was that there was a shift in policy from providing subsidy, assisting the less privileged to be able to own a home. There is no country in this country, developed countries, America and all those countries, who allow themselves to remove the safety net that protects the poor. No country has done that. But we have agreed to do it as a country. And that is the greatest challenge we have. Any other effort without understanding the underpinning and foundational issue of policy must be futile exercise. Now, apart from removing that subsidy, we have gone ahead at the various subnationals to make the issue of revenue to come before development. Many state governments are using land as a revenue source and not as a source to provide housing. The housing corporations also buy land from the state government, and that should not be the case. So if you're to ask me to synthesize and look at the big elephant in the room, it is the issue of misalignment of policies with what will be in the best interest of over 99% of our people. When we get the policy right, we will get every other thing to streamline itself. If we do not reverse what happened in 1992 and get ourselves to look at the promises, not look at Federal Mortgage Bank, not look at the developers, not look at the PMBs, these are agents and vessels for serving the masses. And that has to be the focus of government for us to get it right. That is the major problem. Structural it is.
All right, let me go to Mr. Madi and ask from a developer's perspective, if you agree with Reverend Chime, he did talk about policy misalignment. I would like to know from you what is the single biggest barrier, from your own perspective, to truly delivering affordable housing at scale, and which partnership is most critical to overcoming it. FCT Abuja is one that is, I will not want to say littered now, but almost littered with houses. You see empty houses, but people are not living there. When you go in, I did a survey some years ago, my office is in Asokoro, of course, and driving into Asokoro, one day I just said, let me just go around the empty houses. And as I was just going, madam, you want to? I say, yes. How much? 1 billion. That was then. How much? 2 billion. How much? 3 billion. And we're talking about affordable housing. So from your own perspective, what is the single biggest barrier? Because I've heard a lot of barriers from you people.
Okay. So there's no single one thing that you can point out to and say this is the one thing that is the biggest factor militating against affordable housing. First and foremost, affordable housing, we must know, is a labor of love. If you go into affordable housing as a developer, you are not going into affordable housing with the sole aim of making money. You are going to affordable housing with the aim of solving a societal problem. And if along the way you solve that problem and make some money, then you are fine. But the most important thing is that it is not a money-making venture. We don't have a deficit of housing in Nigeria as much as we have a deficit of partnerships and corporations. We have a lot of the building blocks already in place for us to achieve the affordable housing dream that we have as a country. But we don't have cooperation, we don't have partnerships. For example, today you can get a construction loan from FMBN, go and build 200 houses, and they will finance the off-takers for you. However, the delivery mechanism is not financed. So I need to get a loan, for example, or I need FMBN to talk to BOI so that BOI can give me money to buy prefabricated machines at a single digit for 10 years. That way, I don't deliver 200 houses with what FMBN has given me, but with what BOI has given me, I can deliver 10,000 houses in 2 years or 5 years because I'm using technology. But if you take the technology of prefabricated housing, they will tell you the panels cost like $3 million. And you cannot pay with 200 houses. 200 houses cannot pay for $2 million worth of equipment. You have to spread it over 10 years and, subsidize it that way. We also need to do a lot of cross subsidies. Access to land is very, very key, as much as access to finance, affordable finance. Now, access to land is not just giving us land and saying, okay, state government gives you land and says they're going to take 20% of the land, as their own share. That 20% should go to cross subsidize the people that are going to buy those houses, if it's just their civil servants. Also, we don't have, if developers are the ones providing infrastructure, power, power, roads, drainages, security, everything to the site, there's no way housing can be affordable. We also have the cost of poverty. You get land, for example, at somewhere in Kuje, it's just 20 kilometers from Federal Secretariat, but because the trains are not there, no buses, there's no way somebody will go and live there and use his minimum wage to be able to come to work at Federal Secretariat. It is just not possible. And, we need to do more in terms of creating accessible land. I must use this opportunity to commend the distinguished senator, former governor of Sokoto State. Modern Shelter we worked with them to create 500 hectares, Sokoto New City, which was the first city that was done in Sokoto since 1976. Together with the infrastructure, digitization of the titles, and all those things. But we need to do more of those things. We're working right now with Nasarawa State Government, we're working with FMBN, we're working with Niger State Government. Like you mentioned, in FCT, unfortunately, the mass housing scheme has all but died because there's no access to land. Even when you give land to people, they turn around and sell that land at billions of naira, and there's no mechanism to stop people from making that thing to basically profiteer. Because I believe that the single most round tripping that we do in Nigeria is not even oil, it's not dollar, it's land. You walk into FCD, collect a piece of land free because you are in Nigeria, you are entitled to. You turn around and sell it for 15 billion, without doing anything, without adding any value to that land, and as long as land is not available, then there will never be affordable housing.
Okay, I think it will also be nice for us to define what affordable housing is, because it could be relative, isn't it? So what exactly is affordable housing? Because affordable housing could mean different things to different people. Affordable housing could mean 1-bedroom flat to someone that is struggling, or 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom. And at what cost do we deliver that? So I think I should bring in Architect Jumoke into this conversation. While I would like you to define in this context what affordable housing is, but how do we ensure affordable housing remains sustainable, livable, and even climate resilient now? Not the house that you move in, by the next rainy season, flood has carried you and your house away or something. So we must also be smart and climate resilient in terms of how we build our houses. But the underlying factor, inexpensive to build. So if you can define that for me.
Okay, thank you. I don't know about inexpensive to build, because as one minister once said, show me where the cheap cement is, right? So I also want us to disabuse our minds about what affordability really means. It's not about inexpensive construction. I mean, obviously what you want to do is be so efficient that your construction costs make sense relative to the norm. At the heart of it, and I'm so glad that the MD of Federal Mortgage Bank said this, and I'm trying to quote what he said. He said, behind all these numbers are people, households, and families. So at the heart of affordability is a household. It's a household's survival. Let's put it like that. So it's not construction costs. Beyond construction costs, because affordability has many components. Affordability is location. So we also need to stop thinking that because we're trying to build affordable housing, people have to go to those peripheral neighborhoods where we have not provided transportation. I don't know if this is happening in Abuja, but this is very common in Lagos, where workers, site workers, and back office workers, say in hotels and stuff, don't even go home anymore because of the cost of transportation. Affordability, as you said, also means sustainability. You cannot deliver affordable housing if you're not thinking about the life cycle cost. What's it going to cost the inhabitants to occupy? You asked me to define what affordability is, and I want to tell the House that this is something that we have failed to do in this country because it's a lot of work to do. To define affordability is not to say, so long as you can do 1/3 of your salary. That's a universal understanding, right? The true test of affordability is to understand what people earn, whether it's per local government, per town, per city. We have to do that homework, really hard work, to define the affordability of communities. So you can then say, this is the median income of this place, and on the basis of a 10-year mortgage at 10%, the median household can afford a house that's priced at X in this location. When we know that truth, we will understand that all that we've been talking about is really not realistic. We have not put the household ahead of our conversations. And I have to say this quickly because I did that test myself. You can be very unaware. I ran a housing agency for 6 years, one of the housing cooperatives. And I was signing off payroll for years without really studying it. And then the governor at the time said to the staff, she's leaving next year, has she done housing for you? And of course, they all shouted no. So I asked someone to come in and do an affordability assessment. And when I saw the outcomes, it was shocking. But what that led us to do is to say, okay, out of 250 staff, less than 20% can afford a home that's priced at 3 million naira. Imagine that, on the basis of income. So we had to design a product for them. This is about reverse engineering. And it requires us to sit down and think. And that's what we haven't really done. And we must do that work. Yesterday, I extracted a commitment from the MD of First Bank. He said he will support a pilot affordability assessment. So I'm happy to work with Federal Mortgage Bank if we can get that done. This has to be a countrywide thing. It has been done in Kenya, and I don't know if there's anyone from Kenya. 2003 to 2023, 2024. They spent 2 years building that data. And so when you hear today that Kenya is doing 200,000 units, it's not because they just suddenly had money. It's because they know what they need to do. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I like that we talked about that and your answer to that question. But what is also coming to my mind as a financial journalist is that if you say, for instance, you want to peg that amount, whatever affordable house, perhaps 3 million or 5 million, to what inflation adjustments? You know, so that's what's coming to my mind. But perhaps the central bank person here should start thinking about it before I come to you, because I also do know that it's about pricing. It's about what the CBN says, MPR, monetary policy rates. interest rates, loan rates when you go to the bank to get your money. I'm just dumping that for us to think about,
Yes.
and for the ND to take home, because that's our job here. Just ruminate over it. Perhaps I'll come back for that if we do have answers for it. All right, let me come over to Architect Usua. Taking from what she said, we talked about models in different places, isn't it? But sometimes, even on my program, I try as much as possible to say, can we Nigerianize things on our own so that we also be models to other people? What implementation model is needed to scale affordable housing that we're talking about beyond isolated projects to a national delivery system? And let me add this also. How can FMBN, it's FMBN Day today, and I'm sure that they will take a lot of things home and to work on. How can FMBN partner with every stakeholder? State governments that even Reverend Chime has subtly demonized somehow in his keynotes to deliver the persistent challenges of land, infrastructure, and approvals. Even though we may say, oh, state governments and all of that, they are a very fundamental partner, because houses are in different states, not just in Abuja. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Primarily, it's about having a buy-in of all the stakeholders, as mentioned. There has to be a buy-in. They have to see themselves as part and parcel of what we are talking about. There's an experience we had in the architecture family to check building collapse and then the use of non-professionals in professional jobs. The Architect Registration Council introduced what was called Architect Project Registration Number. But this was handled at Abuja, at the headquarters. The challenge currently, as we speak, Lagos has adopted it, Abuja too, but very few states have embraced it. And the reason was very simple. Most of the states don't have any stake in the return, so to say. They don't see what is in it for me. And that is usually the problem. I've looked at the array of products that are available to help us attain the affordable housing, and by all means, I love the definition given. I'm particularly happy that nobody is talking about low-cost housing here, because that myth does not exist. Like she said, there's no low-cost cement, there's no low-cost labor cost, So the stakeholders in this regard, the state governments and all the tiers of government must see themselves as part and parcel of what we are doing. I have looked at housing. There's some other statement I heard here which made me very, very happy. That housing is beyond shelter. It's about security. It's a whole gamut of things. And while I was looking at the Constitution, particularly Chapter 2 of our Constitution, which draws on the fundamental objectives and principles of governance, which tells us the objective of the Nigerian state. Housing, affordable shelter is specifically mentioned in Section 16, sub 2B, as one of the responsibilities and objectives of the government. Now, the problem we have with the delivery and why you don't have so much buy-in is that sometimes the delivery of housing faces some quasi-politicization.
Okay.
So you get to the states, you have a good policy, you want to deliver, but because they don't have a buy-in or they don't have a political benefit from it, you are placed on the outskirts. And when you're on the outskirts, you really cannot make it affordable, because I will be spending all of my returns to get into it. I give a typical example before I pause. We have the Agenda 2050 for housing, and then currently we are operationalizing the Renewed Hope Agenda 2026 to 2030. My concern is sustainability. If you tie projects, development policies to certain administrations, the challenge of sustaining it at the end of that administration becomes a problem. And the Nigerianization where a federal government project comes to a state that is probably not in line politically with the federal, gives rise to some sort of rejection of that project in some sort of way, like I mentioned, maybe location. Positively, I have noticed the Renewed Hope Estate in Nasarawa State. I've seen the one in Benue State. The one in Nasarawa is very, very accessible, and it's just close by the bypass there. The one in Benue, something positive happened. The road from the center of the town heading towards Boko was not supposed to get to the Renewed Hope Estate. But by virtue of the location of the estate, the government decided to extend it to that point, making it more accessible. So we need that buy-in and our ability to come out with what is the need for me, mindful that the people it is serving are the people of that state, and it is devoid of partisan coloration. I'll put it that way.
Okay. Fantastic one there. We should do stuff irrespective of who's there, and it should be devoid of politics. Now, we can't talk about affordable housing, especially even in the developed world, without talking about an efficient mortgage market. Because many people own their houses after many years paying small for it. So I would like to come to Mr. Chinedu. In Nigeria, what structural reforms do you think that we still need to make mortgage finance more accessible and sustainable for low-income and informal sector workers? And I also dumped a question earlier on inflation adjustment, what you think could be affordable housing, if we can give it a price tag. From your perspective, I'm sure you would have ruminated over that question, because 3 million or 5 million naira in 2014 is not the same 5 million naira now. And it may not be the same 5 million naira next year, I can guarantee you that. So what price tag should affordable housing be?
Okay. Thank you very much, Nancy. So for the second question, right? It is going to be difficult as I play in the financial sector space, and then we have professionals that are responsible for construction and the delivery of houses. To price the delivery of a housing unit, even if it's a one-bedroom, and to be sure that you can accomplish your target would require the other professionals. So I think it is going to be quite abnormal for me to just answer that question directly. However, for the macro conditions, we've suffered a lot of distortions in macro conditions over the past decade. But I think it's obvious over the past 18 months that we are coming out of that. We need to sustain the right actions that we are taking. And then over time, we hope that the cost of funding, interest rate, and all the other factors will head towards a declining trajectory. So when I go back to your first question, where you're talking about reforms. So I think an efficient mortgage market is probably a market whereby mortgage banks can originate, purchase, maybe sell. They can also refinance and as well securitize mortgage assets in a orderly manner and in a very competent way. So if we want the mortgage market here to be efficient, then of course we need to make some structural adjustments. The first one is the legal issue that Dr. Ogochukwu has spoken about. It is very central, and to some extent it even affects the infrastructure, especially the financial services infrastructure that you require to drive mortgage. So I'll give you two examples. So the first one is the widespread adaptation of the mortgage administration bill. Some few states have adapted and passed the bill. And then one of the 2 or 3 key benefits of passing that bill is that when you pass the bill in a state, you will be able to create a mortgage, a state mortgage authority. And then you can also proceed from that to create a state mortgage registry. And then, of course, we know that the Federal Mortgage Bank is working on some sort of national mortgage registry. And if you want that registry to be effective, you need to be able to integrate information from the states.
Yeah.
So the first thing is, if we have states pushing for a widespread adaptation and adoption of this, then I think we're going to find ourselves making some progress. If I move to some regulatory issues, we have feedback from the market that we need to do some revisions on the uniform underwriting standards. That document is very strategic to mortgage origination. It ensures that mortgage banks are originating mortgage on the best of conditions across board. And then, of course, we also have feedback from the market that we need to tinker with the mortgage refinance company guidelines. I think these two issues, for instance, just on the regulatory side, can enhance systemic-wide transaction around mortgages. We can also push further to infrastructure. I've talked about the soft infrastructure, like the registries. We also have hard infrastructure. We've got feedback from there that the creation of access roads and then other utility infrastructure can actually accelerate development around clusters. And then, of course, we have institutional changes that needs to happen. Today is FMBN's day, so I want to use FMBN maybe for a strategic example. We think that the Establishing Act for the NHF needs to be amended to some extent. The scope and the provisions are best well known to the operators, so I don't want to delve into that. We also think that for institutional reform, FMBN, I think, has her eyes set on expanding her sources of funding from equity all the way to debt and other sources of on-lending. At the central bank, we have practice procedures. We don't discuss the fine details of the institutions that we supervise, but I'm sure that the board and management of FMBN have their eyes set on those issues. And
Okay.
it's very important because we've listened to the presentation. In the mortgage ecosystem, FMBN plays a very strategic role when it comes to the provision of affordable housing. You have other mortgage banks, but as much as possible, they need to operate at commercial rates.
Okay.
So I think I'll probably want to stop here, and then so that you can have your say.
All right. When you were talking about you can't put a price tag, what was also coming to my mind that perhaps I should dump here is one of the ways we can solve that is to do what they call inflation index pricing. So, for example, FMBN or the stakeholders can say, let's look at an agreed benchmark of inflation. I just needed to dump that, MD, as a financial journalist. But of course, there are other ways whereby we can put a price tag to what affordable housing is. And that's what, one of those is what architect Jumoke mentioned. Now, let me come over again to Reverend Chime. We are all seated here. And I would like us to go with, even if we don't go with everything, can we go with something? What immediate policy reform would improve affordable housing delivery? We have Senator here. We have all the stakeholders here. What immediate thing? So that even by next year, we can say we tracked this, we measured it, and we solved it. Because for me, when I moderate panels or when I'm invited to this, I don't just come talk for talking's sake. I extract a commitment and we look forward to that and work at it. So what immediate reform? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to appreciate the fact of what we're discussing. I think that outside of this panel, FMBN should be able to set up a committee, invite people to come and bring word from the street into what they are doing and find out on a steady basis. I think it's one of those things that will help them. Number two, I do think that our major problem is the disparity between the earning power of Nigerians and the inflation impact on housing. It's a problem. In 2001, Reverend Jolly Nyame invited me and as a consultant, and we saw the problem they have. Jalingo is a small local government area that was made a state capital. So many of the workers were commuting from Yola to come and work in Jalingo. So we did our numbers and we told him he needs to build about 1,000 housing units. And the issue was then who will pay for it. We now placed before him as the governor. Do you want your civil servant to be dying on the road, commuting from Jalingo to Yola, and from Yola to Jalingo and back? They will work only 2 times in a week as civil servants. So we presented to him factors that are outside of the workers themselves. At the end of the day, that government built 500 housing units. That same government paid 50% of the cost of those houses. The remaining 50% is in the books of Federal Mortgage Bank. And 500 workers were moved from Yola, where they were commuting every day. It increased the productivity of Taraba State government. It reduced the carnage on the road. It reduced the death of the civil servants. So one of the things I'm suggesting to Federal Mortgage Bank is the fact that, is it possible for us to have some of the companies, offices that people are working, guarantee the repayment of those loans for a certain period of time? Because in my office, those who got loans as my colleagues in Copen, they are not responsible for the repayment of the loans. The office pays for those loans on their behalf. So I'm thinking that we can extend this, because if we are to do that, I've also seen people who have agreed to pay on behalf of their younger ones. They don't have the immediate money, but if you ask them to be laden with the burden of paying the mortgage repayment, they can do that over 10 years, 20 years, and the rest of them. So that is number 2 thing that I wanted to say. The number 3 issue is this. We have to engage the various state governments on an advocacy basis, and also engage, I like what the CBN representative mentioned. There are low-hanging fruits that we can sit down and do a process review and not a policy review. If we can do a process review of the interface between financing and land matters, we'll be able to discover innovative ways of coming around some of the shortcomings in the policy space that will enable us to provide more housing for our people. And that is something that I would recommend that we do, and we'll have it before next year. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. At least that has given us one thing that we should look at. Mr. Madi, what should government de-risk? And what should you as a developer be accountable for? This is the rapid fire session segment.
Okay.
Quick, straight to the point, because I have to go to the audience very quickly. What should you be accountable for?
Okay, we should be accountable for integrity, delivery of quality. Affordable housing, social housing does not mean the dignity of man, because housing is all about dignity. You know, and I like what Reverend Chime said about outcomes. You know, in our advocacy around housing, we've always just spoken about building, construction of houses. We need to approach this and talk to government from a policy point of view of outcomes. If you have good housing, you will have healthcare, you will have security. Because when you have sanitation and ventilation, people will not be sick, they will not have malaria. You know, so if you look at estates like 1004 and Festac, I grew up in Lagos. They produce so many engineers, so many doctors, musicians, footballers. So it's all about outcomes, you know, employment. You know, we know how many people you need to build a house. We know how many industries are involved in building a house. So for us, government should de-risk land, access to land that has infrastructure, and access to finance. And we also want collaboration. If I'm building an estate today, for example, and REA is on the table, REA is able to give me power, solar power, whereby the cost of the solar power, the revenue of the people paying that solar power, we can use to cross-subsidize the houses. So I don't need to make my profit on the cost of the unit of the house. If I know that I own the utility and over 25 years, I'm going to make money from that. Lastly, I think government needs to declare an emergency in housing. We've done that on rice in Nigeria. We've done that on other things, right? We need to make housing the center point of all these policies. Just like I said, the ramifications around housing in education, in security, in healthcare. By the time government begins to see those outcomes, then government cannot sit down and dimension this because the building blocks are there. REA is existing, BOI is existing, FMBN is existing. They all report to the same president, but they are not sitting on the same table, and there's no policy that makes everything that they are doing, to deliver results and outcomes to Nigerians.
All right. Mrs. Akinwumi, with what Mr. Madi has said, which design or construction innovation can most significantly reduce cost without sacrificing quality? And let me also add this. How do we avoid creating future slums in the name of affordability?
I don't even think it's a question of, which design and all that, or which innovation. I think we
There are a lot of innovations now.
We over-romanticize them.
Okay.
Yes. I've spent a few years experimenting with a number of building technologies, and there are pros and cons. First of all, homegrown is the best. See, the idea, you mentioned it, $3 million to import panels to build. Yes, the panels work and they build fast, but $3 million? So the real deal to start with is that we must learn to standardize. We are in an industry where standardization is the most effective way to manage costs. I don't think that we understand the impact of the improvisation that we do. And every time we are always modeling something new and we say we're building affordable housing, we're not serious yet. When we are serious, we will develop the standards that will deliver housing affordably. Have we not seen how construction is done everywhere else? Even the kitchen is standard. It doesn't matter what the facade looks like. That kitchen, if it's 2 by 2 with everything it has, that's all it is. And you plug it into the house. So we really must, stop searching for innovation. That's not to say that we should not innovate. We have to. One of the other things that we haven't talked about is that 70% of what we used to construct, we still bring in. What on earth is that? We make China rich. So if we say we're building 10 million homes and we actually succeed in building 10 million, we've made one country or the other very, very wealthy on our account. How can that be? So I don't know if I answered the question, but I think that at least I've tried to say this. It's not about some fancy building technology. Let's start actually by standardizing. That's the first thing. Because when we standardize, many things happen. An investor will realize that everywhere I turn, the kitchen is a certain size. I can start mass producing it. It is because we're not mass producing anything, at least that adds to the cost of housing more than we have ever imagined it. The second question was about, I'm sorry.
In the name of affordability, that we don't build future slums.
Well, this is the thing. If we start to think about those people as those poor, wretched people, then we will design for them in a way that future slums will occur. Mixed-use developments is the only way to go. There's no need to repeat the mistakes that happened in the UK with the council flats or in the US with the projects. What they do is mixed housing. So we must deliver housing in mixed communities. That's also, you talked about cross-subsidy. That's also the best way to cross-subsidize. Yeah? Thank you.
Okay, because I'm just thinking, what solution would be there so that when you think about a certain area in any state, you don't say, oh, that's the area of the poor people, or that's the slum. So that's why I actually brought up that question.
Yeah.
Reverend Chiba, you want to add 30 seconds?
Yeah, in 1979, Alhaji Lateef Jakonde built some houses, they call it shanties in Lagos. And today is sought after. I like to say that our romanticizing with the concept, especially the architect, they want to give us something that is beautiful and all of that. I have taken a tour of where our people are living in many cities. I like to do that. A little improvement, like she said, about 2 by 2 meter kitchen is a huge quantum leap from where they are living, where about 5 families are sharing a kitchen of 3 meter by 3 meter. Let us see what we can do. Nobody can fund that quantum leap. from that very poor shanty place where they are living now, living on top of water and all of those things, and we are dreaming of giving them the best. Let's see how we can move them like Alhaji Lateef Jakonde did in 1979 to have something decent and yet affordable. It may not be the optimum or the best for them, but it's something that is 100%, 200% better than where they are today and where they will remain without that intervention. Thank you.
Over to you, Architect Lawrence. Since Reverend Chime is giving you basbos, you know, the architect. So should Nigeria as a country, should we prioritize home ownership or rental housing or incremental housing for low-income earners, perhaps over the next few years? Because we're talking about home ownership. What model will really work, really?
For any model you adopt, there are pros and cons. And then I would say, for instance, the incremental housing is needs driven, it's not wants driven. You know, you pick up a house that can meet the need of the family unit at the present time. So when the resources improve or the family grows, the house also grows. You know, it has its pros. It helps you to save some money now and develop as you need the additional spaces. Then the rental is more of transitional. It has its own place too, particularly in big cities like Abuja. You're probably based somewhere, but you have some business doing here and you need to be here. So there's a space for that too. Home ownership is not 100% wants driven, but to some extent it is. But the advantage it places on the provider is that it takes away the maintenance cost from you. Because once delivered, the maintenance over time becomes that of the owner, unlike the rental to a large extent. And like she said, like Jumoke mentioned, the actual cost of a building is not what it takes to deliver it. It's actually what you require to make it livable over time. So depending on the kind of investment you are doing, you want to see whether you do rental or you would do just the home ownership and then you move away from it. Perhaps you're only looking at the infrastructure maintenance basically. So every one of them has its pros and its cons. It comes down to the concept you actually want to drive.
All right, as we end this session, before I go to the audience, Mr. Chiedu, Financial System Strategy Project is driving reforms in the mortgage subsector, and you are involved in that, including the proposed mortgage administration bill in the FCT. How critical are legal and institutional reforms to unlocking private capital that the MD tasked this panel to talk about at the beginning? How do we draw in private capital and build a more inclusive housing financing ecosystem?
Oh, thank you. Okay, so one of the things that we need to not forget is that every mortgage is a contract, and the subject of every mortgage is a house or a building, and that building sits on a piece of land that requires titling. So I would say that the legal reforms are very foundational if we have to make progress. I want to also use this opportunity to appeal to the distinguished senator. We want to appeal to you. We hope to approach the National Assembly as soon as the 11th Senate, the 11th members of the National Assembly are sworn in, the Federal House and the Senate. We need to pass, if we want to make an impact over the next 3 years, we need to pass the draft mortgage administration bill in FCT. FCT has tremendous housing stock in existence. There is potential for additional development, and it is very, very ridiculous that in a country as large as Nigeria, we are still discussing about 45,000 to 60,000 mortgages. The passage of that bill in FCT can transform the success of the FMBN. So I think we need to have our eyes on it. I also want to use the opportunity to put it out there that the Secretariat is undergoing a lot of restructuring as part of the bank-wide restructuring. And the Secretariat has been effectively positioned to consistently and continuously improve stakeholder engagement. We are going to be supporting the Mortgage Bankers Association over the next couple of months, as much as possible, to drive conversation. We need to bring partners that are outside the financial system to this conversation. The commissioners of lands across the states, they need to put pressure on their governors to pass the bill. If we want the aggregate threshold of mortgages, which is the only outlet for affordable housing, from all the conversations that we're having, if we want to make progress, we are appealing to how do I call it now, to the Nigerian citizens, those who make rules for us, they need to pass that bill. Thank you.
All right. Please, a round of applause for the panelists. So I think at this time, we just have a few minutes to take questions. MD, shall we? Good. I have 2 aisles here, so I know that a lot of people will have questions to ask, but I'm appealing beforehand. I know we won't be able to take all your questions. Please, if you can just take 2 from here, 2 from here. Brief your name, your designation, and who you want to ask the question. Just go straight to the point, please. Do I have any hands here? Okay, no hands here. So the first should come from here then. Okay, yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Hayatuddin Awal, and I work at the retail arm of the Housing Finance, which is a mortgage bank. I work for FHA Mortgage Bank. Because today is FMBN Day, I think we should advocate and inform people so that we don't go with the idea that we need to reinvent the wheel. What I'm trying to say is through the effort of the Federal Mortgage Bank, we have delivered affordable houses. We have done 112 housing units in Ikorodu being fully financed by the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. 1 and 2 bedroom. None of those houses cost above 50 million naira. In Abuja here, we have delivered more than 3 estates. In Gwagwalada, we have delivered 250 units under Anthem Estate. No,
so that's not a question.
I am going
straight to the question.
Straight to the question. Now we have a major challenge. The challenge is between 2024 and 2025. We in FHA Mortgage Bank were able to access 24 billion naira on behalf of 4,000 Nigerians through the Retirement Savings Account Scheme. That's the RAC, being done by PENCOM. But the challenge is that money is not enough to cater for the affordability of those Nigerians. Therefore, the whole idea is in a chaotic mode. So we are now asking, the key stakeholders are here. How do we connect the RSA to the various housing loans so that we can crack the code and deliver affordable houses to Nigerians? Thank you.
I think your question has been taken. The second, yes, that hand. Then,
thank you, Moderator. Yes. My name is Kyle Debotosho.
Please make it brief, please.
Very clear.
Yes.
So, 2 things. We need to factor cost of land, as discussed by the panel. The state governors must have to flatten cost of land. 2, we need to start manufacturing housing in Nigeria. That's the only way we can afford affordability. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sure that distinguished senator is listening to that, because as a former governor, he should let us know why the issue of land is being so sticky. All right. Over there.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chiwetalu Nwatu. I'm the Managing Director of Enugu State Geographic Information System. Mine is simple. To deal with this housing issue, it's important to look at a set of factors. One is our land administration system, we need to rejig it seriously today. And that's at the heart of the problem we face in housing in the entire country. Until we reject the land administration system and define how we approach these issues, we will continue on this story for a long time in the country. That's one. 2, we can also look at other models in several other countries, because if you look at the country today, apart from states like Lagos and a little bit, maybe a little part of Ogun State and Abuja, we have more than 90% debt capital in properties in the entire country. Debt capital because most of these properties built in several places were not funded with mortgage. People spent out of pocket to fund many houses. Some of these houses are 30, 40, 50, 60 years or more. And it's important to begin to look at how do we free this capital to provide funds for more buildings. So these are discussions we need to have to deal with this market, beyond looking at other factors that can create money from the private sector. I'd like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Land administration, land administration. Can we have the last question from a lady? Is any lady raising her hand? I didn't see any hand raised there. So, is there a lady? I'll be biased to take a lady so that we can balance it. A lady would ask the final question. I'm sorry, 4. Where's the lady? Please get the mic over to her. I'm sorry, sir. Just 4 questions, yes. We have to be gender sensitive. Yes. Yes.
Huh? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Saada Taliru Idris.
Please, we can't hear you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Saada Taliru Idris. My concern and my question is, apart from the government being a contributing factor for expensive houses in Nigeria, I want to ask a question. Why is it that in some areas, once development comes, for instance, let's say a new bridge is introduced to an area, landlords increase house rent immediately. I want to know why, and why is there no regulation to checkmate them? And why are they doing things anyhow? Thank you.
Thank you for asking one of the most sensitive questions. Thank you. So I think we'll have to answer the question. Mr. Madi, please take this last question.
Okay.
As a developer.
Okay, so they say real estate is all about location, 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 right? And if there's no regulation, government does not, they give land willy-nilly. There is nothing tying the developer, no covenants, no commitment. So assuming a government is now opening, let's use the example of the Sokoto new city. Government has carved out a new city, they provided infrastructure in the new city. So they would then say to any developer coming to that city, if you are coming here, we want you to build a mixed-use development, and part of it, 20% must be affordable, 10% must be social. Because there's affordable housing in central London. So, there's no reason why we can't have affordable housing, for example, in Abuja. But it's just that there's no policy to compel the landowners there. We are bringing infrastructure here. When we bring this infrastructure, because for goodness sakes, anytime you see infrastructure, it is the commonwealth of the people that is used to provide those roads. But the people benefiting are only the landowners. Very, very few people that own the land, not even developers, because we don't own land, we do JVs. So people are just sitting down, feeding on commonwealth of the people and making money. So I agree with you, my sister, and this is what we are calling cross subsidies. We are saying government should provide infrastructure, but when you provide the infrastructure, not just carrot, also come with the stick, to insist that whatever you are going to do in this place, part of it must go to social housing, part of it must go to affordable housing. That is the only way that poor people or less middle income people, civil servants, ordinary people can afford to live in good places. When we came to Abuja, area 1, area 2, zone 7, all these areas were populated by civil servants. It's not that they have money or anything, but government was deliberate. They provided the housing, they provided infrastructure. And now government is just providing infrastructure after they've given land long time ago to people, and then when the infrastructure comes, these people now just do speculation on the land.
Okay. I see your colleagues are to your left nodding, so I assume that he's spoken for you.
Oh, he certainly has.
Yes.
This is about policy and government. That's their job, and largely failed at it.
Okay. Reverend Chime, you want to attempt the question of the 24 billion?
The amount he mentioned was very high, so I'm worried. But let me put it this way. Federal Mortgage Bank is positioned as the best institution in Nigeria. And let me give you why. When they give an estate development loan to a developer, they peg the price at which he will sell those houses, irrespective of inflation and other factors. That is a mechanism that I believe will unlock the future of affordability. But there are some third-party issues that the managing director of FHA Mortgages, dear friend Hayatuddin, is mentioning. Currently, there are external issues pegging the amount of money some PMBs can borrow from Federal Mortgage Bank. Whereas Federal Mortgage Bank have a huge mortgage portfolio they can give out, they are by policy made to channel it through PMBs. Now, these PMBs are now hindered by some central bank regulations. They will not be able to take some loans on behalf of third parties, no matter the level of collateralization. And that, for me, is a major challenge all of us have to look at, because when he mentioned it, I needed to look at it, and I'm sure the Federal Mortgage Bank will not say. My question that I posited to some of them in CBN is this: if these loans have been collateralized, the PNB is just a vehicle between Federal Mortgage Bank and the end users, the off-takers. The off-takers have provided title for those loans. So those loans, the PNB should not be now short-circuited. Unless we deal with this, our quest to shift from cash-backed transactions and develop the mortgage market, which is the future of housing and housing of the future for Nigeria. Unless we remove this bottleneck, issues like what he has mentioned will continue to hinder us. Billions of naira are lying waste, and some loans are accumulating interest on them because of this challenge with Central Bank of Nigeria. Okay. So I'm sure that discussion needs to be taken further than this among parties. Thank you so much.
Somebody wanted to say something.
Yes, just the pension
very
issue.
Quickly, yes.
This pension issue, 25% of RSA, 24 billion, that's just one bank. You can imagine how much was accessed. My own idea is a bit more radical. I feel that this 25% should form part of the equity control or the part of the NHF contribution. That 25% RSA money that is sitting with PENCOM or sitting with PFAs should be given to Federal Mortgage Bank. That way, Federal Mortgage Bank is already recapitalized. And then because they have so much capital, then there can be now cross subsidies. Even the rate can come down for people. Because if every individual is going to collect his 25%, collect his 25%, there's no impact, like we want collective impact. But if you take 25% of the funds under management, you're talking of nearly 10 trillion, and it's sitting with Federal Mortgage Bank, then you can imagine the kind of things that Federal Mortgage Bank can do. We can begin to talk of building 10 million homes. We can begin to, there's nothing we can do because capital is there. And then the contributors are the ultimate beneficiaries, right? Okay. So if the houses are affordable, it's because of their contributions, and then they will be the beneficiaries. But right now, it's just not making the impact.
All right, I think for the want of time, the issue around land administration, as the authority I have as a moderator, I will pass it to the distinguished senator to answer when he comes up, to give us, of course, the answer from his experience as a former governor. You know, because the issues of land, I'm sure that he would have contended with it. Distinguished, do I have your permission? Yes, so so he would help answer that question when he comes up. But please, a round of applause for our panel. Let that applause be stronger than it is right now. Thank you. Have you all enjoyed this session? But for me, the real measure of today's discussion, and like I said earlier on, for every panel that I moderate or any program that I'm being invited to, I try as much as possible to track, because they say talk is cheap. So that by next time, we're able to measure and say, this was what we said the last time, this is what we're doing now. The measure of this discussion will not only be the ideas that we have shared, but the partnerships we strengthen, and most importantly, the lives that will transform because of them. And MD, sir, the majority of people here that do not have their homes. So I'm hoping that after this, you go to the FMBN stand and you go ask questions. I am Nancy Naji. It's been nice doing this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members of the panel will remain seated while we invite the MD to say a few words. Please put your hands together for the MD. Thank you. Nancy, did you say we should go and collect house?
Thank you very much. Nancy, sorry for intruding into your session. I just want to make two interventions with the kind permission of you as the moderator and then distinguished senator. There are two issues fundamental that have been raised. One is the issue of the single obligor limit, which Reverend Chime raised. And the issue is about the single obligor limit that is imposed on PMBs. Thank you, Mr. Hyde, today also for bringing this up, which limits the ability of the PMBs, or in reverse, the ability of FMBN to disburse to PMBs. So you have houses standing, you have beneficiaries applying for mortgage loans. The loans are approved. Federal Mortgage Bank is ready to disburse, but the beneficiaries, the PMB cannot access the funding for on lending to the beneficiaries because they would have exceeded what the CBN calls the single obligor limit. But I must acknowledge that under the leadership of the National Assembly, especially I must recognize the efforts of distinguished Senator Tambuwal as the chairman of Senate Committee on Housing, as well as Senator Abdulmumin Jibrin, House Committee's chairman. We have had extensive engagements with the central bank, and quite frankly, the CBN is positively looking at lifting this limit, and a new guideline is about to be released to address that issue. Thank you. Now, the second issue is that, in FMBN, we have a relative advantage, which Dr. Chime spoke about. We have been around like no other organization has, especially in the affordable housing space. And because of that, we have seen so many things. And so you asked the question on affordability. What is affordability? Now, for us as FMBN, we have experienced or experimented a number of things. And one of the best ways to define affordability is to understand that affordability is relative. Who can afford what? So one of the things we are experimenting currently is to work from the answer to the question. What kind of house can who afford? So in FMBN, we are currently implementing this as a pilot scheme in about 2 locations. So say, for example, if you earn 300,000, and if we look at the standard of paying 1/3%, like 30% of your salary to service a mortgage. So if you earn 300,000, it means you can use 100,000 to service a mortgage. 100,000 times 12 months in a year is 1.2 million. In 10 years, that's 12 million. In 20 years, that will be 24 million. In 30 years, that is 36 million. That tells you that for a civil servant, for example, to afford a house of 24 million, he has to earn a minimum of 300,000, and he has to have about 20 years remaining in service to service a mortgage. So what we are trying to do now is to identify what kinds of people in what income brackets can afford what kinds of house. So some of the loans that we disbursed recently, we said to the developers, I'm happy Mahdi is here. We had that conversation. We said, look, we want to build houses specifically for people in a defined income bracket, because we do know that if we deliver houses that are above 20 million, then people who are earning below a certain threshold cannot afford those houses. We need developers that can be creative in designing and building houses that can fall within those brackets. So some of the initiatives also is that we can deliver houses at semi-finished. So somebody at least owns a house. When he moves in, he can gradually improve the house in terms of the finishing and so on. We are also doing incremental housing, where you move into the design is a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom, but first we finish a 1-bedroom. As your income level improves, you can then extend to a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. I think these are some of the innovations that we need to do as stakeholders in the industry to answer, like I said, so that we can move from the question to the answer, because we know who we are building for. Rather than now that we build on assumptions. You just assume that if I build 500 units, each house is 50 million, I'm going to have people. That is why we have ended up having houses that are not affordable. And then lastly, I'm also appealing to developers. There are individuals that are investing so much money in building houses that nobody can afford. I used to say in Nigeria, we have houses that we do not need, and we need houses that we do not have. There is no reason why, like you mentioned, a house is empty and the cost is 1 billion or 2 billion. How many people can afford 1 billion, 2 billion houses? And this is capital that is sitting, lying waste for several years. So I believe that this conference will trigger our thinking so that we can look for innovation We look for better ways of designing the kind of houses that we believe people can afford. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together. So before we allow the panel to go, Nancy, your panel has a lot more to do. Please, there's a key here. It's somebody's car key. I hear to reprogram this key is 4 million. Please come and collect your key. It's a Toyota key. I don't know whether it's a key or the keyless remote control, but it's yours. It's missing. We just found it, please. Thank you. The next, I'll just invite some of our, I think first we'll just invite the ED and the senator to join for a group photograph. We'll just take that picture quickly. Do we do it here or we do need to go down? All right. So I think we'll just do the awards first so that when we go down together. Thank you. So I'll want to start off by inviting the Executive Director of Finance and Corporate Services to do us the honors of presenting the first two plaques to our presenters. Our team in charge of it, please. I think we can just start from that extreme. We'll present here. Just come towards here so that you give Oga now. Now Oga go present him. Okay, this one is for Mr. Chinedu Onyewenyo. I hope I got that correct. Okay. So maybe you go that way so that you can collect. Maybe you move towards that.
Is that why you?
Second one. If you move a little so that they can capture you well. Thank you. The next one. This is for Honorable Abdul Malik Mahdi. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, may I invite the Executive Director, Loans and Mortgage Services, Dr. Mohammed Sani Abdul, to come and do us the honors. And this next one is for Andover Lawrence Utsaha. Please put your hands together. All right, the next one is for Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Obiora Chime.
I must raise my voice. God has a way of reinventing situations. Honestly, this man has served Nigeria so much for so long in the realm of housing. And by God's grace, I remember the first meeting of Redang at Chelsea Hotel under the able leadership of our iconic leader and governor of Lagos State, LKJ, that is Latif Jakonde. I was there and he was there and we were sitting together. And now by God's grace, I'm supposed to give him this when I am the Executive Director, Loans and Mortgage Services of Mortgage Bank. And this is FMBN Day in the International Housing Show. Honestly, I'm so pleased and I'm so grateful to God that I'm the one to give you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Congratulations. Please put your hands together for him. I remember they invited me to a village to come and collect award, and they asked me for transport. May I invite the Executive Director of Business Development and Portfolio Management, Madam Chinenye Chinedu Anosike, to come and do us the honors of the next one. And this one, of course, they have called it Woman to Woman, Women Supporting Women, Mrs. Olajumoke Akinwumi. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much. We are honored to have, we appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Can we have the last award, please? So we'll invite the MD to join us here as we take the picture with the panelists. Let's also invite distinguished senator, chairman of our board, and the representative of the head of service to join us, please. Let's welcome the distinguished senator to join us, please, and our board chairman. I actually wanted to push it back, not pull it. To push it back, they can stand in front of me. Excuse me. Hello, excuse sir, let me just push it back. We can come to the front. You can come down. The MD, sir, since we have these people here, can we just move towards the cake there so we can just cut it to celebrate the 20 years of AIHS? Let's just cut the cake to celebrate AIHS 20 years. It's actually a cake, it's not a construction. Can we invite the EDs, please? Sorry, forgive me, before they sack me for work. Please, let's put our hands together for our EDs to join up here. Sorry, sir. I actually thought you people came up. Sorry, sir. Forgive me, sir. Forgive me. Forgive me. We want to cut the cake to mark 20 years of AIHS. We see Barrister Festus there. That model you see is the international headquarters of Housing TV. In another few years, it will be up and running. What chairman? They said the cake cannot move. It has been built there. So the cake cannot move. So yes, let's just place our hands on it. The board chairman supported by the distinguished senator. So we are going to count 20. Are we ready? I'll give you the number, you call it. 1. Hello, can you respond? 1, 2, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 19. Madam, put fire now. 19, 19, 19. Fire no great catch you. 19, 20. Thank you very much. Congratulations. So we'll take the pictures in batches. Let's allow the next batch. For those who have taken, will pass. The next batch, let's take it. Let's take in batches, please. Let's take the picture in batches. In batches, please. The next batch. I think we should have all the women in one picture, sir. Women supporting women. Bride and groomsmen. Sorry. Thank you very much. We indeed are grateful. Thank you for taking pictures. AIHS board members, please. AIHS board members, take a pictures, take a slice of the cake, and cut small of Africa and eat it. Please remember this key, if it is yours, just bring evidence. I'm sure the person is looking for the key now. Thank you very much. Please go ahead. Sorry. Thank you. You know Vespa? You know Vespa? Thank you. Well, thank you very much, board members of AIHS. Thank you for using our time well. AIHS, thank you. Cameraman, can you stop snapping now? Please put your hands together for them. We appreciate them, our board members. We especially appreciate our board chairman. Thank you, sir. You have continued to serve this country in various capacities. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, please can we go back to our seats? This program, we just managed to put that cake cutting into this to just add color. Please, we have a very important one. Remember that we are going to take pictures with the MD and members of staff who are here, but that will be after we are done. Top management will recognize you. Other members of staff, thank you very much. And those of you who have sent in your application, we have not considered it, you need to wait until we employ you before you come and join. But right about now, we are celebrating all those who are genuine and bona fide members of staff. Okay. No worry. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, it is very important. I will have called on one of our leaders to come and do the Atama clap for us to just draw our attention. I don't know if he's in that mood now. Ma, do you give permission? Do you give permission? Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes up. He's my Oga specially, and he will teach us how to do the Atama. Please clap for him. I cannot call his name now. Please celebrate him, celebrate him. He has delegated another person. But the best thing is that we need to draw your attention to get it done. Thank you. Okay, they have said I should leave it for now. Thank you. But let's celebrate the management and staff of FMBN once more. Can we clap for them, please? I don't know whether it's me that's hearing myself or you can hear me. Can you hear me at the back? Can you hear me at the back? Thank you for not cooperating. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next is very important. That's why I need your attention. Some leaders are introduced by the offices they occupy, and others are introduced by the echoes of their impact. The story of the person I'm about to introduce is written not merely in appointment, but in the honors that followed his footsteps across Nigeria, across Africa, and indeed across the world. The journey of his life began on the continental stage, where Africa acknowledged him as a statesman with the African Union Economic and Social Council Award. Before governance itself applauded his vision through the African Conference Governors Award. The spotlight on the national administration followed him as he was crowned the Silverbird 2019 Man of the Year, while the global community, through the World Bank Award of Excellence, recognized him as a leader whose work transcended beyond borders. Education became one of his enduring signatures, earning him the distinction of Nigeria's best performing governor in education. Before then, the nation also simply called him the man who rose and conquered education, the Education Governor of the Year, and the academia eventually gave him a tribute, adoring him with such honors. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we thought it was one, But then they started flowing in. First, he was Doctor of Law from Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, doctorate from Enugu State University of Science and Technology, and a Doctor of Law from Achievers University Owo. Also, he earned a Doctor of Public Administration from Godfrey Okoye Catholic University, Enugu. This is proof that his leadership becomes a classroom. Universities have become eager to confer degrees upon him as a teacher. His home state added upon this applause with the Sokoto State Government Merit Award, while the international community honored his contribution to Africa's development with the Prix de la Foundation Award and the Krams Montana Forum on Africa and South African Cooperation. Yet perhaps the greatest testimony, and this is at the request of our MD, the greatest achievement and testament to his service is not written on certificates alone, but on spoken words from the royal palaces across the country. For the Tiv nation came and revered him as the Ikia Tiv. The ancient throne of Okpoji Kingdom in Edo State proclaimed him as Osage. Akwa Ibom embraced him as the Obongo Farm, and Udonyi of Oron in Oron Kingdom. Ekiti people celebrated him as Babo Gunwa of Ilawe, while others also celebrated him as the Marjenzuru. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in Kwara, he was named as the Majidat in Gashaka, and in the Caliphate, he bears the title of the Matawalin Sokoto. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome from one who has received honors from presidents, from universities, from international institutions, and from traditional rulers alike. He is none other than our special guest of honor for today, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Aminu Waziri Tambuwal CFR, the Matawalin Sokoto, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Lands, Housing, and Urban Development, our friend, our partner, our leader, and indeed our special guest of honor for today. Please put your hands together for him.
Kindly take your seats, please. The chairman of the board of directors, the representative of the head of service, the MD of Federal Mortgage Bank, very eminent and distinguished personalities here present. A very good afternoon to you all. I think the MC must have been talking about someone else, not me. Because I cannot remember some of those titles that he was reeling out. Well, to God be the glory. I will start my brief remarks by commending the Federal Mortgage Bank under the able leadership of my brother Usman Shehu Osidi and his team for the good work you are doing, particularly in repositioning and turning around what was otherwise almost going moribund. It's a very, very great task, and you are carrying it out with some ease. I commend your efforts, and rest assured that we shall be by your side to continue to support you, and that's why I'm here today. My dear brother, Reverend Chime, made reference to some bills that have been in National Assembly, according to him, since 2006. If my memory do not fail me, in 2006, I was in the House of Representatives, and the chairman of the House Committee then, Osita Ezunaso, is also now serving with me in the 10th Senate, and he is also a member of the Senate Committee on Housing. I have asked the clerk, because when I was briefed on assumption of office, no such bills were mentioned to me that are pending in the National Assembly. And I have asked Mr. Raf, the clerk to the committee, to let me have an idea, if any, that we have such bills pending. And from his records thus far, he could not find anything. So I will call on my brother, Dr. Chime, and then Honorable Distinguished Senator Ezunaso, to work with the so that we can now possibly now introduce them. Inconsistencies of policies of governments. When you have an institution like Federal Mortgage Bank, I wonder why you will introduce family homes. I wonder why you will create Murphy homes. I wish my sister, former Minister Kemi Adeoshun, is here. She was here yesterday. I am yet to appreciate the wisdom behind establishing family homes. We supervise them. I don't know if any of them is here. We oversight them rather. I believe since you have Fair Mortgage Bank, you have the FHA, what you needed to do is to strengthen them. The federal government as of today is not giving FHA any budgetary allocation. And you expect them to perform miracle and magic. During the last budget session, we tried everything humanly possible to fund FHA, but we were reminded that there was a policy decision since Obasanjo's days, when he was the president, that FHA should be taken off the budget line. Now, is FHA performing? Certainly not. They are not performing optimally because they don't have funding. As at today, Federal Ministry of Finance Incorporated, that houses Murphy with trillions of naira allocated to Murphy, has not paid up its capital contribution to Federal Mortgage Bank. The Central Bank of Nigeria has not paid up their own capital contribution to Federal Mortgage Bank. So how do you expect Federal Mortgage Bank to perform optimally? Meanwhile, you are busy duplicating agencies with almost similar mandates in the same subsector of the economy. So these policy inconsistencies needs to be addressed. I appeal to Mr. President to reconsider his position on Murphy. And whatever funds they have, they should share those funds in between Federal Housing Authority and the Federal Mortgage Bank, and make sure that the capital base of Federal Mortgage Bank is strengthened for it to carry out its mandate. My brother from CBN raised a question of FCT mortgage bill. Why wait for 11th National Assembly when the current National Assembly is still having minimum of about 9 to 10 months? Within this period, the bill can be passed. So our committee is available and ready to partner with you and whoever is interested in promoting that bill so that we can have the FCT mortgage bill passed during the life of this National Assembly. And then the next administration can take it up, by starting to implement whatever is there that has been passed by the National Assembly. So please come forward, join us, and let us work together to make sure that that bill is passed. A lot has been asked about land administration, and the moderator passed on this very important issue to me and to speak to it based on my experience as former governor of Sokoto State. I can tell you that land administration ordinarily should not have bottlenecks, especially now with technology, with new ways of doing things. But the laws themselves have to be reviewed. The Land Use Act needs a surgical review. The governors are holding lands in trust. They don't own them. So if, for example, you are about to commence a project, you must, if the land belongs to a community, engage the stakeholders as a government. Where necessary, pay compensations. And in most cases, is where you have challenges because landowners feel that they are normally cheated by governments when it comes to paying compensation because government compensations are not normally adequate. They are not. And you take the precious land of a community or of an individual, that may be his part of his inheritance or his own personal investment, and the value of the land, if you are to subject it to market forces, may be much, much higher. And then here you are giving such individual or community a much, much lower value for the land. These are part of the issues. And indeed, the processes, the bureaucracy. Before I left Government House, Sokoto, May 29th, 2023, I made sure that every title document that was before me, I signed off on that title document. And while serving as governor, I normally set aside days and hours every month to attend to title documents and land processes. So it's also having to do with the attitude of individual leaders. If you are committed to making sure that people get their titles, you can do it within the shortest possible time. Before I left, we established the Sokoto geographical information system. Is working, is functional. It wasn't there before. It was our administration that passed the law and established the agency. And land administration in Sokoto has been made a lot easier through that process. So I believe I'm calling on the attention of governors who have not been able to do that and to pay attention to this all important sector of governance, because you can empower thousands of people by releasing their land titles within the shortest possible time and making them to access affordable, possibly mortgages or even loans. So I believe that it's about individual governors, and we must do a lot of sensitization to make sure that we free or we eradicate most of these bureaucratic bottlenecks. Once again, I thank you very much, MD, for the invitation to me, and I wish you very well. Rest assured, once again, that we are there with my counterpart in the House to continue to support you to do even more for Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria and for Nigeria in general. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator. Please put your hands together for him. No, they are doing both of them. They want to close the session. May we specially. Okay. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we want to specially appreciate our host, our landlord here, the MD CEO of Transcorp, Mrs. Uzo Oshogwe. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much, ma'am. Please, can we clap specially for her? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. She's here with our team. We appreciate you, ma'am. Thank you. May I also specially appreciate the MD of Adron Homes. Please put your hands together. Thank you. Also here we have the MD of UPDC. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them. Ms. MD, sir, and distinguished senator, have been just asked. I know that Pastor Festus will have passed this information, that there is a short message from one of our international partners for 2 minutes before the vote of thanks. I do not know how to do this, but as MC, sir?
Let them talk in the next session. Let the FMA just take the vote of thanks. Okay. And then take the Zimbabwe, Republic of Zimbabwe, acknowledge it. And take the next session. Do that now.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We appreciate you for helping us to quell the situation. Please, once more, let's appreciate our MD. To one of our very special guests. I had not been able to notice that he was here, but I've just been informed. The Executive Director of FHA. May I especially appreciate Architect Inya Eto. Please put your hands together for him. He's many things to Nigeria. He represents a very special generation of Nigerians who are motivation to the younger ones and also trailblazers both in politics and in professional business. Thank you very much, sir. We are honored to have you. And so distinguished. May I also once again appreciate members of the international community and to tell our guests that later on in the next session, we are going to take your wonderful presentations. But for now, we'll continue to thank our executive directors of FMBN for being very strong pillars behind the MD and for also helping the MC to make quick decisions. Thank you very much. invite the Business Development and Portfolio Management of the FMBN, Mrs. Chineye Chinedu Anosike, to do us the vote of thanks. Please put your hands together for her. Please clap for her, clap for her.
Your Excellencies here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the board, management, and staff of Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, thank you very much for investing your time with us today. It's been a very wonderful time. It has been shared without wasting much time, because I was already warned not to make it really, really long. I will just thank you once again for being here. There's a way we usually appreciate people in Federal Mortgage Bank, and that is what I'm going to do. If Andy is here, I would like Mr. Andy to come up so that we can give you our special atama. If Andy is not here, Grace, please come. While we wait for her, may I once again appreciate our special guest of honor, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Aminu Waziri, once again for coming, sir. Grace, please. Before we say Atama, we want to also appreciate African International Housing Show for gathering us together this way. Thank you, and we wish you happy 20th. May all Federal Mortgage staff, Federal Mortgage Bank staff, please rise. This is our special way of appreciating our people.
Please rub your hands, Federal Mortgage Bank staff. Get ready?
Please continue to rub your hand, please. But let me specially appreciate the Executive Secretary, Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board, Madam Salamatu Ahmed. Please, let's specially appreciate her. Thank you very much. We are honored. Thank you. Now rub the hands, please.
Are you ready? Atama! 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 Labaku! Labaku! Labadina! 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 Labarina! Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. A young man had gone to his elder uncle to report that his wife, if they are quarreling, his wife will call him his real name instead of calling him by his pet name. And the uncle said, "You are lucky you by your real name. That means you are still in safe zone." And he said, "Me, if my wife wants, we are be calling me with my native name and should be using it as if it's incantation." Once you have reached that level, just give up. But distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a wonderful year. Every National Housing Show is usually a color and class and beauty that the FMBM brings to the table, and we do not take that for granted. Thank you very much, our EDs. Thank you very much, the MD. Thank you for our special guest of honor and distinguished senator. Thank you. MD, you may thank Senator who has allocated a small land for me in Apo. Distinguished senator, sir. Okay, you didn't hear what I said. I told the MD to help me thank you for the house that you have allocated to me in Apo. Where is it, sir? Inside National Assembly, I know I don't have pass. I don't want where they will be asking me who I am every time. I want somewhere I can just go easily and come out. But thank you very much for always adding color and class to what we do. We appreciate you. And to also our Oga, thank you very much. And so, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please remember our stand is outside, just outside this door. Go there and meet our staff. They'll tell you everything that you need to know about the FMB. And take note, you have a lot of opportunities, and don't wait for your neighbor to come or your landlord to kick you out before you make that decision. And on that note, we want to say thank you once more. Shall we rise as we take the national anthem to formally close this session? Sound people, can we take the anthem, please? The Nigerian anthem. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign father. Thank you very much. Remember, immediately after now, we'll go to inspect the stand. MD will be leading other VIPs to go and see our stand, and then we'll take pictures with members of staff outside. We'll continue. The rest of us, please, let's remain seated as we continue immediately afterwards with presentations. Please, our partners and our friends, remain seated. Ben, you get the next session.
All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's been a long day, and I know that a lot of us are tired and hungry. Okay. All right, while the FMBN move to their booth with their crowd, I would like the rest of us to please sit down for the next session. We'll be having a presentation by Honorable Haja Mamaka Biliti, Minister of State without portfolio, Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs, Republic of Liberia.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while that is going on, we would like to crave your indulgence to get ready for the next panel session, which will be moderated by Odunayo Ojo, the MD CEO, UPDC, Lagos, Nigeria. And for the panel sessions or the panelists for this session, we have Honorable Maruf Akinderu Fatai, Commissioner for Housing, Lagos State. Another panelist we'll be having is Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, CEO FinPar. The next panelist for this session. So as you step out, if you hear your name, just get ready so that we have you right here in front. So as the time for the moderation starts, we would invite you up stage. Another panelist for this session, for this panel session will be The CEO Leisure Court, Shegun Abolaji. Please get ready. You're coming to the fore, the seats in front, please. We would also have the Executive Director, Afriland Properties PLC, Lagos, Nigeria, the person of Mr. Olukayode Odebi. We also have another panelist, the MD CEO, Brook Asset and Resources Limited, Lagos, Nigeria as well. Engineer Mrs. Lanre Akinshola. Another one will be having the Managing Director, Enugu State Housing Development Corporation, Adenike Okebu. Please, if you hear your name immediately after the presentation and immediately after the corporate presentations, we would like you to come to the front and as we invite you for the panel session immediately after the corporate presentations. Excuse me. All right, the last person on the panel session will be the MD CEO, Wema Board Limited, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria, in the person of Estate Surveyor Bashir Oladuni. Please, if you hear your name, get ready, come towards the front, the first two seats, so that we can prepare for the panel session immediately. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for a presentation right now, we'll be having for all the way from Zimbabwe, the representative of Zimbabwe Building Contractors Association, the president, in the person of Dr. Tinashe Jotamu Manzungun. Please, we'd like you to come forward for your presentation right now, sir. Immediately after him, we'll be having another presentation by Honorable Hadja Makama Biliti, the Minister of State with our portfolio, Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs, Republic of Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Allow me to ride on the protocols observed. My name is Tinashe Manzungu, who is the current president of the Zimbabwe Building Contractors Association. This being an organization that is dealing with all contractors that we have in Zimbabwe. I also come from a background of being a contractor as well. And with me also, I am at this position with the CEO of the Zimbabwe Building Contractors Association, as well as the Women's Desk Chair Lady, Portia. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much for accepting us or inviting us to the Africa International Housing Show, a platform where we also need to be learning, and a platform where we also need to be sharing what we are doing as well at home. Ladies and gentlemen, we all agree that Agenda 2063 is a dream that we need to establish. And it being a dream, it calls for African countries to come together for this cause and make sure that things happen. And today we witnessed the 20th anniversary of the Africa International Housing Show, which really is a testament to the drive towards the Agenda 2063 movement that we need to see as Africans. We also know that in Africa, in terms of housing shortage, we approximately between 50 to 60 million housing deficit. And of that number, it's so surprising that actually Nigeria almost occupies half of that number in Africa, which is a testament to say there's need for more work to be done in this country. What is the other difference is us, the other 53 African countries, where we come from is Zimbabwe, our housing backlog is almost 2 million. And we are actually saying through outside Zimbabwe. For your information, one last moment I checked your prices that you have in Nigeria here. They're so interesting to people who are actually coming to Zimbabwe for investment. You would see that a stand or a plot that you are selling at 8 million naira here in Nigeria. In Zimbabwe, it's actually going for times 3 that amount, which means probably in terms of investment to that investor who wants to come through with his investment as well, that is the perfect platform to dance with, because there is more return on investment in terms of property development in Zimbabwe. And that being the case, I think we really need to then foster collaboration between African countries, where we are saying Nigeria or even Zimbabwe or any other country that is in Zimbabwe, they are also part to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area that came into place in 2020. And what then it shows is to say, as countries, we need to leverage all the inter-Africa trade fair. And this time around, it is being hosted by Zimbabwe, which is a platform also to those who also may wish to come on board and foster relations, invest, and also do more business within the southern part of the African continent. This is the platform. So we say forward with Nigeria, forward with Zimbabwe, forward with Southern Africa, and forward with yourselves. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That was Dr. Tinashe Jotamu from Zimbabwe Building Contractors Association. Thank you very much, sir. Quickly, we would like to go on to the next presentation. Please, I would like to find out if Honorable Haja Makama Biliti is here around. All right. Quickly, we would like to call on the moderator for this this session, the MD CEO, UPDC Lagos, Nigeria, in the person of Odunayo. Yes, I got it. Odunayo Ojo. Please, a round of applause as he comes off stage. Thank you. All right. I called the panelists earlier. I would like to just quickly run through the names so that we can have them up stage as I call the names. Please, I would like to invite Commissioner for Housing, Lagos State, Nigeria, Honorable Maruf Akinderu Fatai. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. We'd also like to invite CEO FIMPA, Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, please. A round of applause as we welcome him on stage. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. He was really very energetic and vibrant yesterday. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll also like to invite as one of our panelists this afternoon, the MD CEO, Wema Board Limited, Lagos, Nigeria, Estate Surveyor Bashir Oladuni. Please, a round of applause. Can we have Estate Surveyor Bashir Oladuni, please, upstage? We'd also like to welcome on stage as one of our panelists, the CEO Leisure Courts, Shegun Abolaji. Is in the hall. Please, we'd like you in front. I guess they're still doing some of the inspections out there. That's why I'm still calling the names. We'll also like to invite for upstage the Executive Director, Afriland Properties PLC, Lagos, Nigeria, Mr. Olukayode Odebi. All right, we'll also like to welcome on stage the MD CEO, Brook Asset and Resources Limited, Lagos, Nigeria. Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much for being in our midst, sir. We'll also like to welcome Mrs. or Engineer Lanre Akinshola. Thank you very much for being in our midst, ma'am. And we'll also like to welcome on stage Managing Director, Enugu State Housing Development Corporation, Adenike Okebu. Please, a round of applause as we welcome her. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session, doing justice to the conversations this afternoon is no other person than Moderator Odunayo Ojo. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, a round of applause for our panelists as they have taken their seats on today's panel. So the topic of this panel is public-private partnerships and how public-private partnerships are able to deliver affordable housing and workers' housing for low-income earners. So, and as you can see, we have a very powerful set of panelists here to do justice to the topic. So, the topic of public-private partnerships has always been one that has taken a lot of attention because we all believe that one sector of the economy alone cannot solve this huge housing problem that we have. So to x-ray how the public sector and the private sector can come together, I just have a few ideas that I want our panelists to share. So, in no particular order, I'm going to start with the ladies. So, not to put our ladies on the spot. But let me start with Engineer Lanre Adenike. Engineer Lanre Akinshola. Engineer Lanre Akinshola, my apologies. So, in your experience, what would you say has been the trend in public-private partnership arrangements in the last 10 years, either in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, and how have they been able to be of impact to the affordable housing solutions?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
That's a very interesting question. When we are talking about construction, there are some fundamentals that drives the prices, but some of them that can't be changed at all. We can't alter our construction process. So when we are talking about affordable housing, you can't say because you want to build for the masses, you want to reduce reinforcement, you want to reduce the grade of concrete, but the land value. And that's why the public-private partnership has really made very good impact, because when we developer partner with government, it invariably means that we are getting land at a very low cost or even at no cost at all. So that's taking the cost of land out of it. Honestly, it makes development easier, especially when it comes to mass housing. So the one way that we can meet the needs of housing is taking out cost of land. Private partnership it has helped today Nigeria and even across Africa and even to Europe, to bridge the gap of housing deficits. Thank you.
A round of applause for our dear engineer Mrs. for that. So I'll come to Honorable Maruf Akindaru Fatai as a very key player in the public sector. What our engineer Mrs. has said, I believe is very important, which is how government can be of assistance and contribute things like land in an affordable way to reduce the cost of housing. In your own experience as a public sector operator, what has been your own experience in private partnerships in the last few years, especially in Lagos State, and how that has impacted the delivery of housing in the state? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm happy to be here. The question is very straightforward, but I will also answer in a straightforward manner. Public-private partnership in housing for the low-income earners has been very, very problematic. And if you look at what we do presently in Lagos, we have about 33 sites that we decide to give some to the private sector to build. But by the time you look at the cost of land in most of these cases, it's so minimal. If you as an investor, you put in about 12 billion, and the cost of land is less than 1 billion in most cases. So you see, what we eventually see is a situation where developers will prefer the high net worth individuals. If you are building in mainland like Ipaja or Abule Egba, you cannot really stress the prices. But if you are building in Ikoyi, you can adjust according to market value. Not only that, you also have to look at mortgage system in Nigeria. As far as the take home for an that cannot really meet up with a mortgage payment when you calculate 33.3% of their salary. For instance, a 7.5 million unit in those days, you can't get that now. It at 5% down payment, 6% simple interest rate, it will take a level 14 officer to be able to afford that. But as we speak today, we are talking about a 2-bedroom anywhere in Lagos. The cost of construction, not less than 45 million. So when you go for a mortgage, you definitely will not be able to meet up. So one of those things that we are pushing as a state is that's why we will talk about the rent law that we are amending, the rentage law we are amending, to make sure that we give more confidence to investors. And we also want to push that you don't have to sell. Why not encourage rentage first? And by the time you have the investors, they have confidence. They can confidence in law that, for instance, when you put in an investment and you know you have your returns, so it's easier for you that way to go buy a rent than to say you want to do mortgage. But when you talk about mortgage, no. And when you talk about buying outrightly, no. So the experience is that for low-income earners, as we speak, that partnership is not working.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our Honorable Commissioner. He said a lot to unpack, and I will still come back to him, for some of the comments that he has made. But let's go to the eastern part of Nigeria to share some of our experiences with the public sector as well, with Mrs. Adenike Okebu, who is the Managing Director of the Enugu Housing Development Corporation, I believe. So can you share your own experience from what happens in the southeastern part of the country? We've heard from Lagos, the Center of Excellence. We also want to hear from your experience as to how you have partnered with the private sector in Enugu State and in your own corporation in delivering affordable housing through PPPs. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the in the southeast, it's quite different, a little bit, because I think somehow in the southwest, people's land is not. This is the engine driving it's not. It's priority, but it's treated as gold in the southeast. I'm not from the southeast, but from what I've learned over time living there, that's about all that they have as assets that they hold, and they cherish it a lot. And that's why you hear in the news most times the people are saying that they don't sell to outsiders. It's because they believe in ancestral lands and passing it on as inheritance. Now, as government, how we answer to low-cost housing or affordable housing is first of all identifying a place, because most of the people that are your clients are low-income earners, and people even term particularly Enugu State as a civil servant state. About 80% of the people are civil servants. So, and you want to give them housing. To do that, you first of all have to identify maybe a community or a land that is already owned by government. And if it is a community that owns it, you go into discussion with the community. You have like an agreement with them, and you go into a split of maybe you give the community 30%, the government will do 70%, and the government will also bring infrastructure in. So that way, there's a cost to that land, which is cost of infrastructure that is going to be spread on it. And then the people that you sell to are now coming in. Maybe you can sell it down for 8 million, 7 million. They come and they develop. But that one would only take care of the middle class. For private partnerships, there are real estate companies that come, but we experience the same thing as the Honorable Commissioner has said. They come, they write letters to the corporation, want to partner with you, want to build houses. They most times try to take advantage, because somehow the low-class earners that we want to take care of cannot access government directly. And these realtors will come and they will want 10 acres, 100 acres, and then you give it to them, they are holding. They will not develop, and when they are building, they are targeting the high net worth individuals
eventually you have not achieved that private partnership that is going to cater for the people that you should ordinarily cater for. Now, government projects are so much. We are doing roads, you're doing education, you're doing airlines, you're doing transportation that has to get to everybody. So housing somehow suffers that less attention because of the way it is capital intensive. So what we have come up with is, yes, we will partner. Yes, we can do that, especially on places where we say we want to have nucleus development. We had a beautiful one in Enugu State with the Copen Group, one of our latest estates, Enugu State Coast City Eastern Alliance, for example. When we got there, this particular one, it was really a big bush, but we gave about over 300 plots to Copen Group, and they started developing immediately. That way, it attracted people. People started getting interest, and then we went in with infrastructure. Then people started developing. We gave them payment plans. So most times when we're talking about this affordable housing, it is governments having to think about how to make payment for these houses easy and accessible for the average earner. Just like Engineer Larry has just said, you can't reduce the cost of cement. You can't reduce the cost of building. So how do you want to cater for people? It's just for you to give them a gap. If you need to go on civil servants' salary, 33%, you won't be able to. You need to make an arrangement of a private organization such as this corporation to now onboard people and allow them to pay in installments over time. Now the question will be, is the state government ready to commit such capital to develop these amenities for these people when there are other competing infrastructure to be delivered? So public-private partnership works, but there has to be a balance. The state government will be doing their part. The private partnership also will respect agreements and cater for the middle class and in high net worth. Of course, they need returns on their investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her. So, both the commissioner, Honorable Commissioner, and Mrs. Adenike have mentioned one critical factor, which is infrastructure, and that is capital intensive. So that takes me to my next question, which will go to Mr. Kayode Odebi. And as the ED of AfriLand Properties in the private sector, I would like to find out, how have you been dealing with the issue of financing your developments, especially as it relates to low-income housing or affordable housing? What are the critical issues that you have faced in delivering this segment of housing or finding finance, the right kind of finance, to be able to deliver infrastructure and housing at the cost that will be called affordable? And how have we been able to deal with them? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Your question is it's like a further maths question, because you're asking a commercial developer about affordable housing. Firstly, let me start by laying the premise. Private capital is dispassionate. It wants a return, while affordable housing is seeking social value. So there is a disconnect, that because private capital is not seeking social value, it's just seeking a return for itself. For us at AfriLand, our funding is largely equity and of course debt. But then that brings the question, how expensive is the debt that you are using to build? You are using debt at 20 to 30%. Let's say in today's market, you are using 30% to build. Where am I recovering that cost from? I'm recovering from the buyer. I'm a publicly quoted company, so I have investors that I must return to. So ultimately, at the end of the year, I cannot go to my AGM and tell them I've succeeded in building 5,000 affordable homes, but I can't give you any dividend. So for me, the conundrum is, I have to build. I have to find the right type of financing. Financing is expensive. Land is expensive. To make matters worse, I have to build my infrastructure with expensive capital. So where is the best place to deploy that capital? And more often than not, as Engineer Larry said, you deploy that capital to where you can get the best return for it. So it's a significant challenge for us, even venturing into affordable housing. It then begs the next question, which is what exactly is affordable, as the Honorable Commissioner said. If I earn a million naira today, and I'm paying 10% for equity, 10% interest rate over 20 years, the best I can buy is a 50 million naira home. Now in Lagos, which is where we largely operate, we also operate from Abuja. What type of house can you buy for 50 million? 90% of our population earns less than 500,000 a month, which then makes it even worse because at that level, all you can afford is a 20 million naira home. And of course, you must then have 20 years to work in paid employment, because if you're in informal employment, it creates an additional problem. So as the Honorable Commissioner has said and others have said, the key is government needs to help, especially around land and infrastructure. What they are doing there is beautiful because you take the land cost off, government provides strong infrastructure. I don't mind going to connect to that infrastructure to deliver. Also, let's start to look at zoning and densities. If you give me a parcel of land that is so expensive and I can only build 7 units on it, I can only build for expensive people because cost of build is expensive. But if you increase the zoning and the densities around there, then I can spread that cost a little better, and I can offer better housing solutions to people. So essentially, for us, it's straightforward equity, retained earnings, obviously, a bit of debt, you layer a bit of debt on it. So some sort of blended finance, but not in the original way you look at it. And then, of course, again, you deploy your capital to where you will get value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Aidi. So I would let Mr. Shegun Abolaji, I believe. Is Mr. Shegun Abolaji? Dr. Emmanuel. Okay. Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi. Yes, it's a pleasure to have you, sir. Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi is the CEO of FIMPA, and I would like you to address the second leg of the conundrum. One is financing, the other is cost. So Mr. Devi mentioned that there's no cheap cement, there's no affordable iron rod, and I've heard it also during the course of this sessions. So how have you been dealing with the issue of cost as it relates to delivering affordable housing? And cost, I mean, across the value chain of housing delivery, from land to infrastructure to building materials to labor, across board. How have you been dealing with the issue of cost? And how do you think this concept of public-private partnership can be of assistance in helping us reduce the cost of housing delivery? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me introduce myself properly. My name is Emmanuel Akinwumi, and I was the former head of private sector operations of the African Development Bank and head of portfolio management for Nigeria. So I've worked in 3 continents. So I will not necessarily buy into the idea that everything we are doing in Nigeria about housing must be local. And I will explain why. Having moved around, especially in different African countries, I came to the conclusion that the issue we are discussing here this house is very easy. How? How easy? Number one, housing development and finance is not a rocket science. I want you to know this. Number two, Nigeria has enormous resources, be it financial and non-financial. We have it all. So we have no business, if we do things right in Nigeria, we have no business of saying that affordable housing is not possible. Number 3, I will bring my conclusion right now, saying that affordable housing remains a rhetoric if there is no public-private partnership. That is, public-private partnership is necessary, essential, and compulsory for affordable housing to happen. Without it, we are just talking and talking and talking forever. Nothing is going to happen. I will explain some of these scenarios to you. If I start talking about Canada, and I say, oh, Canada is different from Nigeria, Canada, they are for special species of human beings, let us talk about Nigeria. Why? People in Canada don't have 2 heads. They don't wear tails like monkeys. So what is the problem? Okay, let's leave Canada, UK, and the United States and all of that. Netherlands, let's do all those ones. Let's come to Africa here. What about Rwanda? Can I talk about Rwanda? Is it allowed? Can I talk about Kenya? Some of them, their people are here. Can I talk about nearby Ghana here? Can I talk about Egypt and Morocco? These are African countries. Can I even talk about Tanzania, which Nigeria used to donate money for in the past as a poor country? They have all overtaken us while we are just doing Rabu Rosa. And I'll explain some of these issues. Materials, labor, and all of that are not the only sources or causes of downfall of affordable housing in Nigeria. There are some other issues that we need to take on, and they are low-hanging fruits. Meaning that if we want to do it today, we can start tomorrow and start doing it. A few years ago, the World Bank put up money together to support Nigeria in driving affordable housing by implementing what they call mortgage default insurance scheme. Is that raw material? Is that building materials? Is that interest rate? Is that cost of labor? Is it about land? No. Mortgage default insurance scheme is a non-financial mechanism that can make affordable homes possible. How? When you put a mortgage default insurance into place, both the public sector institutions and the private institutions, they will be running after each other to provide mortgages. Why? If there is any default, they will get compensated. They will not incur losses by providing. That's why in the like of Canada and the other part of the world, you have a situation where insurance company, pension fund, teachers, pension fund, all of that, they allocate resources into housing. And that is what crashed the interest rate. The other issue is financial stability. If you have a randy central bank governor like the one with big bald head that left recently, you have a randy central bank governor in place. Not the current one, the old one, the thief. You have that kind of fellow in charge of financial stability of a sensitive country like Nigeria. You will never see anything like affordable housing anywhere. It's not going to happen. So we need financial stability. We drive interest rate, we drive foreign exchange rate, we drive inflation, and all manners of things. So these are not what developers can do. Now let's come to the scenario in Rwanda. What are they doing? How are they be able to provide affordable housing in Rwanda? The government will facilitate allocation of land at a subsidized pricing. Does that one look good? Not that alone. The government will subsidize the interest rate to crash the interest rate. Number 3, affordable housing doesn't attract value-added tax. It's waived. Value-added tax is waived. Whether it is labor or raw material, or you are importing things from outside the country, whatever it is, the value-added tax is waived. Once you have all of those things, why would there not be affordable housing? But in Nigeria, We'll be dancing around it. We'll be talking. It's so shameful that even a member of the government was here this afternoon and telling us that they are duplicating something. That's the way they do it in Nigeria now. When an agency is not working, instead of putting a competent person there, they will slash it to two. In 1994 to 97, before I got out of this country, I was AGM of Federal Mortgage Finance Limited, Chief Auditor, 1994 to 97. That Federal Mortgage Finance Limited was carved out of Federal Mortgage Bank. Why? The MD of the Federal Mortgage Bank at that time was not performing. Instead of replacing the spoiler, they carved out Federal Mortgage Finance from that institution and allocated all the 53 branches across the country. Gave it to. I almost lost my life when I was doing audit of that institution. It was a rotten institution.
Okay.
So now let me wrap
So
up.
I wrap up.
Sometimes we will have time to listen to what matters. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Thank you.
So going forward, all we need to do is to make sure the non-financial aspect that we are pushing aside as if they don't matter. Let's take care of all those things. When we allocate land, government must subsidize it. There must be infrastructure. My sister has mentioned, some of us have mentioned that there electricity, water, fiber optics, telephony. All of those things must be there even before you start digging the ground. All those things will also reduce your cost if the water is already where you are going to build. So by the time you look at all of those things, affordable housing will become something we can achieve, and we can do it in our own lifetime. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Doctor. Very powerful comments have been made. And what I'm hearing from him is we can start from where we are, and there's a lot we can do that might not necessarily be financial, but we need enabling environment. So very good points. So we have more or less touched on some of the issues. We've talked about financing, we've talked about costs, we've talked about infrastructure and access to land. But these are things that we already know before we came here. I don't think there's anybody that's hearing something new today. What we need going forward are solutions. And I think that's why we bring some of the very senior players in the industry to come and enlighten us and to come and challenge us all the same. So I'm going to be asking the people from the private sector what they would like to see in the operating environment that will enable public-private partnerships to be more impactful. Honorable Commissioner has said today that he doesn't think that the model is working as it should. But we know that across the world, it takes both the private and the public sector to come together to deliver housing for a certain class of population. And Dr. Akinomi has also mentioned what has been done in other places. So my question, starting with Engineer Mrs. Akinshola, back to you.
Yes, sir.
Is as a private sector operator, what would you like to see more of? What are the solutions that you would love to see? Because we have very powerful and highly placed government officials here at this forum, and this is an advocacy platform also that will allow public-private partnerships be impactful in delivering the desired results.
Thank you very much, sir. So there are two aspects to this. If it's to deliver houses, yes, the private sector we're ready and we are rolling up our sleeves and we are delivering. But when you put the word affordable, it makes it very difficult for us to operate in that field. The only way we can operate is when we become, say, just like a contractor. We need government to just do it all. Give us the land, give us the fund, because these two things makes it unaffordable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. So access to land, access to affordable land, with or without infrastructure.
Sir?
She said, give us the land.
Give us
the
land and give us funds to build.
Give us the land. Okay. I mean, we'll still come to the public sector people. They will speak last. Mr. Kayode, same question. What would you like to see more of?
I align with her, but I have two additional points. The first is the legal and regulatory framework. And there are two sides to that legal and regulatory framework. One is it has to be predictable. There has to be certainty and predictability around the legal and regulatory framework. And secondly, is that there has to be sustainable predictability going into the future. So if I'm going to go into a transaction with government for 10 years, I want to know that somewhere down the line, the game is not going to change. The rules are not going to change. There's not going to be changes in parts of the contract that completely kill the assumptions under which we started the contract. So predictability of the legal and regulatory framework. The second thing is around infrastructure. Government should build the trunk infrastructure. Now, I said earlier, I'm not asking for government to come and build the infrastructure within the small enclave that you're building, but build the trunk infrastructure. If you look at many bills of quantities and even just look at the preliminaries alone of your contractors, you have things like water there. Because they can't access water, they have to build boreholes for water to get water to build. If you have all of those available, it reduces the cost of build. So government should build trunk infrastructure to which a developer can connect and deliver housing. And I think we should also, in Nigeria, look at the case of blended finance, which is concessionary funding or philanthropic funding for public-private partnerships. If you look at the case, the perfect case in Dakar, the electric bus rapid transit system, it was the World Bank. It was a $600 million project. The World Bank put about 370. I think the European Investment Bank put about 84. Then private capital brought 144, and then is running it. And that system is working perfectly. It's delivering over 300,000 rides, I think, a day. So if we have that sort of blended finance structure, which probably goes to what Engineer Larry has said, which is government give us funding, but not necessarily give up, but concessionary funding, whether it be from DFI, these government agencies, then it makes the input costs a little lower. My output is a function of what I put in. If I can't lower the inputs, then I can't lower the output. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Odebi. So what I'm hearing from him is the operating environment needs to improve. People need to have certainties. If you want to attract investors, our laws need to be strong, and people need to know what to expect when they enter this sector. So I'll go to Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, also as a private sector operator. What would you like to see? And you've mentioned a few examples outside of the country, but let's bring it home. What would you like to see more of before we now get the views of public sector operators in the same regard? Thank you.
Back home here, it will be whatever I want to do will be homegrown. But I also want to add that we should learn how to copy shamelessly. We copy best practice shamelessly. That is, some of these countries have invested enormous resources to come up with these best practices. Bring them home, tweak it, adjust it, and enjoy it. Example number one, let them give one example. Acquiring a land, look for partners. We are talking about public-private partnership here. Look for partners. People who will build schools, hospitals, clinics, shopping mall, all kind of infrastructure that make that place not to be a ghost town. Mobilize them. Let government add infrastructures like access road, water, telephoning, fiber optic, internet, and all manners of facilities like that. It will work. Number two, I mentioned that Nigeria has enormous resources. I thought that some people will actually raise up and say, where are the resources? Let us tap into impact capital to make life easier for the poor. Where are these impact capital? They are hidden in the pocket of the undeserved, the elites. Number one, billions of nairas are sitting in dormant accounts. Some of the owners of these dormant accounts are long gone. They are in heaven or hell, wherever they are. Okay? Those resources can be mobilized as impact capital and be lent to developers in a very honest framework at 0%. Out to us is no one's money.
No man's
one's
money.
business.
Okay.
Number two, unclaimed dividends. I'm not sure if unclaimed dividends in this Nigeria are not really over trillions of naira sitting down there. Let's collect all those money from where they are hiding, put them into a pool, maybe under Federal Mortgage Bank and all of that, and make them available as cheap money to the poor. Number three, my colleague here mentioned about concessional interest rate funding. Do you know that if government of Nigeria can give Federal Mortgage of Nigeria a bank guarantee to source money from the likes of African Development Bank, IFC, World Bank, Afrexim Bank, they can get a loan at 2% interest per annum. 2% per annum. And then they just top it up a little bit. Maybe they add a little bit to it to make it 5% and on lend to people who need the money.
Okay.
And we will enjoy those resources.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. So we will shortly be opening up the questions to the members of the audience, but I want to get the views of the public sector. I want Honorable Maruf to speak last. I want him to speak last because I know he has a lot to say. But I will go to Mrs. Adenike Okebu, and I would like you to just give your own view of what you would love to see. Solutions. I mean, now we are talking solutions. I know you are not a 100% public sector official, but you play in the middle, so to speak. So what would you like to see from the private sector as well that can make this a much workable solution? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My experience in private sector as a practicing auditor for over 20 years and just jumping into public sector has shown a lot that can be done by Nigeria. First of all, I'll use Enugu State as an example. You need to be led by someone that has foresight, that knows what to do, that is visionary, that has a private business mindset, that is ready to challenge the status quo, that will not take no for an answer. So everything that doctor has said is actually very true. It's just that when you're putting things out there, people want to run away from the truth. There's no way we can have affordable housing in Nigeria with these interest rates, with these funds. I'll cite an example. For example, in Nigeria today, if you are like a middle class person earning maybe average 500,000 naira per month, and you even desire to have a house of your own, you want to even go and buy a land in Ikorodu, and you approach your bank, they will say, where is your collateral? You are renting a house. You are just managing to feed yourself and transport. And you are looking at, okay, I want to cut 1/3 of my salary to repay a particular loan for me to own a house. And the bank is asking me for C of O. And I cannot even give them a C of O of my father's land in Ikorodu. They will say that one is not okay. They want the one. Does my father have a house in Lekki and I still want to build a house? All of these things need to be challenged and reviewed. People need to ask questions why we are not having, in the UK where I lived, if I want to buy a house today, all I need to show is my 3 months pay slip and my employment letter. I will submit it and they will run a credit check on me. After that, I'm able to access mortgage. Nobody asks me for collateral. They know my address, they know my postcode, they know where I'm living. And they will run, the credit score system needs to come into Nigeria, and we need to start applying it to give people access to funding. Government is overwhelmed. We cannot do it alone. We need private sector partnership, and they would not do social services. They need to get their own returns on investment. So until visionary people, square pegs in square holes, are what we begin to see in the aims of affairs of Nigeria, it will be difficult to take this to the next level.
Fantastic. Round of applause. What I hear is leadership is important, round holes and round pegs, and making sure that government alone cannot do everything. So thank you very much. So to our Honorable Commissioner, your views on how our private sector people need to behave and what needs to change to make it more impactful to work with the public sector. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Provision of houses for low-income earners in Nigeria is a work in progress, and we must accept that. I will use my state as an example. We're a subnational, and don't forget that as a subnational, we have challenges that some of those things that we would love to do, we will not be able to do because we will need to get a sign-off from the federal government. Then again, we must also understand that no matter what we say, Nigeria as a country, we have the institution. The institution is not strong. It's only when you have strong institutions that you can put to play most of these ideas that we are talking about. I used to tell people that as a country, we have not really agreed to live together, not talk of to agree on how we want to govern ourselves. We talk about Land Use Act. When you compare that what we have in Kenya, for you to be able to get CFO here and compare that with you getting a CFO in Kenya, you will discover it's easier for a farmer in Kenya. So that's institution. Then again, you talk about our own psychological situation, social. Well, if you live in UK, you can give an example of UK. I see people who live in UK as tenants to bankers. But here, everybody wants to say, I'm the owner of this house. I've been in the Ministry of Housing for 7 years. I'm a practical person. We have delivered for government over 10,000 units. And we have what we call rent-to-home program. It's not sustainable. But we kept on doing it so that while we are doing other things, we'll be able to at least sustain it. You bring in 5%, the government cut the price by about 50%. You come into your house and pay over 10 years at 6% simple interest rate. But when you have a situation that, okay, you have to expand. Lagos State started private PPP during Fashola era. We had very bad experience. Up to now, when a developer approached the government, when they get that document, they tend to look at that land as their land, not government land. And in most cases, when they approach you, you will check and discover that they have the money. But by the time it's the practical part of it, they will tell you the investor pulled out. And if you come to my office that you have a foreign fund, I will not accept it before now. Maybe about 5 years ago, we had an experience in Badagry, a technology that could build a 2-bed in 14 days. We jump at it. They were able to do it 252 in 1 year. American company, though they could not go vertical, reason why we could not go ahead with them, because we need to go vertical in Lagos. So we gave them a place in Badagry. They came in when the dollar to naira was 350. By the time they finished, it was 490. The price tag they put on those properties people will not buy it. What did we do as a state? We bought it off them and sold at 9 million. We bought it off them. But that's also not sustainable. So we are having relationships with banks. Some of the banks, they have funding. They want to go at 10%. Yes. But there are also issues along that line. If you want to build, if you want to build, and you insist as a bank that you want to book loan for a developer until the houses get sold and to a contractor that will be building, that means you are tying down the contractor. So there are so many institutional challenges. And in Lagos, to answer your question, we are systematic about it. We have looked at the law. We discovered that the law is very weak. The land, when people tend to want to build for sale now than to rent. So we are looking at that law. We want to make sure that that law will give confidence to both developers and tenants. So there will be the way to go into a contract with a landlord will be so clear to both sides. And we are also putting in place a lot of other things that will make cases, if there are disputes, to be properly and timely taken off. So the issue about solution, that's why I said it's work in progress. In Lagos, what we are doing presently, we continue to do, we build and sell at subsidized rate. Again, we intend to continue to encourage the private sector to come in. We give them 40% subsidy in all the approvals they get from Lagos State. We also ensure that all the necessary documentation they need, we are with them. At times, we also follow them here to Abuja to make sure that we help them to talk to Federal Mortgage Bank. We stand as guarantors to some of these developers. These are the things that we are doing, and I insist, it's a work in progress. We are not yet there, but we will be there one day. Thank you.
A round of applause for our Honorable Commissioner. It's work in progress. It takes collaboration. Lagos State government is doing its part and is calling on the private sector to also collaborate with them. So with that, we would open it up to members of the audience. We'll just take a few questions before we take closing remarks from the panelists. Please introduce yourself, your name, and your question.
Good afternoon, everyone.
One question, please.
Yeah, my name is Nonso, pretty much written here, Philanthropies PLC. So my question is to the government officials, of course. And the question is, how affordable is actually affordable, right? Let me use a case in point. If you're earning 1.5 million as a salary per month, which is pretty much, I don't know, but I think the percentage of earning that amount is not so much. And you take out 500,000 naira every month to buy a 180 million naira house. It will take you 30 years to pay back. So, which private entity has that capital to give? And in the public sector, which public, which public initiative has put down, take out MRIF, because even MRIF is one a dime a dozen. But if you are even looking at these numbers at 1.5 million, and what's the earning power of the average Nigerian? Again, how affordable is affordable? And what are the policies that you are actively putting in place? He said something about going out and shamelessly copying. It hits me. Because there are societies that have policies in place where these things have been achieved. But when we go there, we only take the ones that look a bit difficult. If you look at Mr. Odunai Ojo's company, his company is a PLC, and you look at, of course, Afriland, and you see how much they pay in VAT per year, you scream. What is government and what are government institutions doing to actually ensure that affordable is really, really, really affordable?
Thank you very much. Honorable Commissioner, what is affordable and how can it be affordable?
That's what they call affordable luxury. So it depends on what we are talking about. What I do know is that if you are talking about the low income, that's why I use the word low income earners. So don't let us use affordable. At a particular point before COVID, we had a plan. Finally, for me, the person I had that plan with is here seated. One of the developers there in Imota. We are talking about 3,500 units, Imota Ikorodu. And then we were working together to see how we can tame the cost to 8 million. That is not the cost of building, the selling price. And we were able to get some of the ideas together on how to build ship, like talking to the cement factories, talking to the iron producers and the rest. Immediately after COVID, the price went as high as 20 million. After NSAS, it went up. After what next again? Dollar and the rest. We are talking today for you to be able to build minimally, without with minimally, no aesthetic, not much. We have look at the figure, it is not less than 40 million. Now, you can now say, okay, can't we look at local materials and the rest? By the time you look at clay, yes, you can see it in abundance. The moment you face it, it becomes another heavy one. One thing I discovered also is that how much does cement, the cost of provision for cement, how much is it? How much is it from the factory? How much are they selling it? When those who are also doing this are looking at it from the capitalist point of view, then we have a challenge. At that particular moment, they were selling cement at 5,200 outside there. We were able to discuss with them inside at 2,800. Even then, they were not even too sure they were going to give us to us at that price. I'm just giving you as an example that it is the public sector too don't want to be hailed. You wish to be hailed. And it's also very easy. I have been there 7 years. I administer, I don't do that business. So I don't have interest. Solution is what I'm looking for every day. But the truth of the matter is that either the situation we find ourselves, we talk about mortgage. When people come here to talk about mortgage, yes, you can talk about mortgage. But the what we have now cannot work. Even if it is 2%. It cannot work. And don't forget, I also mentioned something here. I said culture. As we are seated here, virtually all of us want to say, I own this house without owing bank. Like Igbese, we don't like to be in debt. But until we are able to put our mind into, okay, I want to be, okay, this house, I bought that house. But deep inside you know that you don't own it, it's the bank that owns it. There are people even in UK that we're talking about. They only pay interest. They don't pay the other side. If it is interest is £800 and they are supposed to pay 1,500 as reducing balance, they won't pay that. They only pay 800. So they know that it's the bank that owns it. They are only hoping that the price of those houses will go up. We travel all over, go to Vancouver, go to even UK, go to New York. You see people sleeping everywhere. We should be realistic with ourselves. That's why I kept on saying it's work in progress. But I also agree that we need more people as practitioners who are sincere in this. Both sides, both public and private. So that even you as a private sector, in Lagos, if I build any estate in Iponri, Ikeja, I sell market price. But if I build in Ipaja, we are presently about to start selling one scheme now. The cost price is about 40, 45, but we are selling at 30, 35. I want to ensure that, okay, you can pay gradually. But it's not sustainable. We are talking about 2,000 units in a situation that we have millions. So your affordable, it depends on what
What's
you mean.
affordable is affordable.
So you can mean affordable luxury. You want to live in Koyi and you want it to be affordable. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Round of
So-
applause
so-
for Commissioner.
Permit me to just add to this. The expectations are very, very high. And just like my honorable commissioner said, we need to be realistic with our expectations because culture is the main thing. Nigerians go to the UK and you don't find them buying houses in London and flats, all those flats. They will prefer to go to Manchester and Northampton and buy the single houses. And over there, you don't, even if you're earning £3,500 per month or £5,000 per month, you would not possibly drop £600,000 to buy a house in cash. You answer questions. Where did you get the money from? What are you doing? You'll be invited. So it has to be an installment thing. And you can prove, even if what you've set aside is just £500, other income, maybe business from back home, you can support it and continue to build rent to own. Let's be patient with this system until we're able to get the policies to support us. So once the policies kick in, then we'll know. Like we in Enugu now, we're doing about 15,000 homes, but for someone earning 1.8 or 1.5 million per annum or per month, you wouldn't even want to live in that one that we are doing now because you feel, oh no, I can't stay here. It's for people that, so it's better in housing corporation, for example, we would give land if you want to build, and then you start building small, and you do businesses, other income, and then you just build something cute for yourself that you can stay in, but you have your 500 square meter to yourself to support the culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her.
Excuse me, sir. I'd like to ask something. I just saw Mr. Sonny from
Hello.
FHF.
Oh,
that's my friend.
Yes, sir. I just saw Mr. Sonny from FHF. I like to say this. I'm sure you will not believe what I'm going to say. You see, affordable housing, there's government and then we the developers. Now, the people that we are even fighting for, that's the low income earners. Where is their energy, their drive to wanting a house? I and him, we walk Lagos, we walk Nigeria, flying all the time, trying to put papers together, encouraging low income earners to come and give us data so that at that time there's this federal government housing loan. It's 15 million to every staff. And then we're able to start talking to Dangote to get cement at 2.5. Then, sir, when we went to Igbobi, I will call names. When we went to Igbobi to go and talk to them to come and register, guess what they were telling us? They were saying they don't have data to fill the forms. So the government does not know all of these problems. That's how is ExxonMobil's cooperative being able to pull it? Because they are coming together and they are developing system. Government workers, people, the low income earners have to come together. They really need to want this thing and put forward what their problems are so that people can try to solve it for them. If not, sir, houses, it will become more unaffordable because there is no affordable cement. I and Mr. Sonny couldn't do it at that time of 9 million. Now that it's going to 80 million, how are we going to do it? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
okay.
Dr. Emmanuel.
Yes, I don't want to add that my brother that's talking about affordability. Affordability is relative. It's a relative word. What is not affordable to me might be affordable to him. So you have to be you yourself have to be the driver of affordability. The other issue that you have is that you divide. I saw you dividing certain amount by 35 years, thinking that, well, how are you going to be able to pay after 35 years? In general terms, houses do appreciate. So If you bought a house 15 years ago in Nigeria, it doesn't matter where it is. By now, the price must have gone minimum of double. So the earlier you make that affordability possible for yourself, the better. You can also do hustle. Okay? Our mama has told us that we can be frying akara, cooling, and all of those things. You can be doing that on the side. When you come back from school, you are a teacher. Do some cooling along the line and mobilize additional capital. Also do partnership at family levels. Some husband and wife, they are not together when it comes to investment. The husband is chasing a house separately from the wife. Whereas if you come together, it will strengthen your affordability. You can partner with your brother that you trust. As long as it's not going to cost you your life, you can do it. So partnership that we are talking about here is not restricted to government and all of that. So you can also do cooperatives. It's also part of partnership. Those are my comments.
A round of applause for the contributors. So we take one more question, and then there's a presentation before we take our final shots. One more question.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kamadi, the lady from Enugu State. So my question is to you, please.
The mic closer to, yeah.
You mentioned that you were in the private sector for 20 years, and now you're in the public sector. What are the major significant policy that you believe would help affordable housing? That's one. Then the second question goes to the Honorable Commissioner. Given the economic situation of Nigeria that we have now, what do you think the developers need to start doing so that they can also assist in building affordable house while remaining financially stable also? Because when the man from Harfiland was giving his own presentation, he said they are just about the return on invested capital. So you have to look at, if somebody is interested in return on invested investment and return on ROC, return on capital employed, and we're also looking at how they will be able to build affordable housing without having to go into debt and all of that. So what are the things that you think they can adopt so that they can be able to construct affordable house and while they also remain financially stable? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So over to you, madam.
Thank you very much. First off, I want to say it was a culture shock for me initially. And when I was invited, I was like, job security, and then it was a political appointment. But first off, I want to encourage everyone in private sector today. It's a good try to come into public sector. If you know anybody that's in any public sector role, don't see it as you are trying to farm them or you are trying to get in their space. My 20 years in Deloitte and EY, I'm okay, I'm confident, I get my salary, I do my work, I go home. I thought I was stressed. I used to manage the audit of Shell in Nigeria. And I was like, all this group reporting quarterly and all of that, I was like, no, this is the height of it. But when I got into public sector, I used to be one of the armies that immediately they send something on and say, why would they? Is this what they are supposed to? You have all of the opinions in the world. But when you come inside and you start work at 7 and by 12, you are still on the road moving, serving the people, you will know that they have every reason to be distracted and they need the help of people from private sector. Even if it is just a senior special assistant or a special advisor that is your friend, move close to them. Sometimes their heads are full and they just need you to give them some ideas, and then we begin to drive that change management in Nigeria. When I got into the housing corporation in Enugu State, I can tell you for free, if they came into my office, civil servants are like, madam, we are beginning to fall sick. We don't close beyond 4 o'clock. This one, you are driving us to 6 o'clock. But then in 90 days, we were able to drive change that was feasible enough that they were proud of. Institutions are not strong, just the way Doctor had mentioned earlier. They need help. By the time we bring our expertise and we strengthen the institutions in Nigeria, things will begin to change and move towards where we want, rather than us staying afar and bringing all of the opinions. So I know all of us will not get into government, but then let's be intentional about making that move, and things begin to change, policies begin to change to our own favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then to Honorable Commissioner, then we.
Well, to answer your question, I will just go simple. You as a private sector, you have your vision. What we are now asking you to do, that why not make your vision to build for low income earners. So if you have that vision, you will look at how and what are those things you are going to put in place to be able to serve that segment of the market. What I can assure you is that the PPP arrangement is something that has been on and is developing every day in Nigeria. Our first experience in Lagos, it was a bad one. But subsequently, we have been able to improve on that. And that's the reason why we are now saying that, okay, let us tickle with this, the law that governs rent in Lagos. That's one of those things that we discovered. So that when you have that law that gives confidence to both sides. An example is that if you approach the court, it will be via originating someone. It will not take much time. You can do it via Zoom, and within 3 months, everything is sorted out. That you cannot, if you are a year, you are paying yearly, you cannot be asked to pay 2 years. It has to be according to agreement. 1 month, 3 months, 1 year. Anything after that, the law will not accept that. So the idea is just to give that confidence. The moment we have that confidence that you know that, okay, I'm going to this, unlike now, that a case can go as far as 3 years, 4 years. The intention of that law, the bill, if it becomes law, is to make sure that everything that has to do with dispute on rent will be handled within 3 months. That we think is very, very important. Again, that will also we'll be able to encourage the private sector to build for rentage, because you are sure that if you build for rent, you can get your money back on time. And that when we say there are money everywhere, example, pension fund, it's also not there, in the sense that if you are the manager of a pension fund, will you put it into real estate as we speak? You will not. So those are the things that we are thinking about, so that we'll be able to see how to open up this place. But you, as investor, you should also look at how, because it's very true, the public sector and the private sector. The private sector should not continually look at the private sector as if it is the one at fault at all time. But I can tell you from my experience, at least for the past 7 years, I know that anybody that has approached us who is a private sector will not look at me, eyeball to eyeball, and tell me that I've been a problem. I've always tried to push, and I push them far, 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 far. And I also follow them. There are people here that will attest to that. I follow them up to Abuja here and fight on their behalf. So that's just my little.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
All right, thank you very, very much, our panelists. Thank you, Mr. Odunayo Ojo. Thank you, you've been fabulous. Before we go on to have the final closing remarks from our panelists, we would like to have a quick presentation, but just before that, the panelists have really dealt with this topic, right? I want to believe the Copen Group is here. Copen Group. Okay, beautiful. Just before that, I would like to please prepare for your quick presentation. I just like to reiterate a few things. Dr. Emmanuel said something that I will never forget. He said, learn to copy best practices shamelessly. I'm reiterating this because I want us to walk out of this hall remembering these words. All right. Another one I heard today is the government should give them land and give them funding as well. This was said by Engineer Mrs. Lanre Akinshola. And then another one I heard today is And I can't forget this one. It says, you need to be led by someone that has foresight, ready to challenge the status quo, the need for the credit score in sector in Nigeria. A lot of things have been said. I could only pen this down given the space I have. You can be rest assured that you're leaving here with a lot of information. And in case you need more, that's why we ask for questions. But before we go into that, please, the Copen Group would like you to come up for the presentation. They're presenting on healthy building concept. Healthy building concept. Please, a round of applause for them as they come up. They have about 10 minutes each. Please. Thank you.
So, thank you for this beautiful opportunity. I send my greetings to all of you on behalf of our beautiful company, Open Healthy Homes. So we have been talking about homes, building. How healthy are they? Healthy approach to construction or to building these days is the niche of all construction ideology today in the world. I lecture. Yes. I lecture in Greenville University as a visiting lecturer, South Carolina, in the University of Indo Air Quality. I also lecture in Bayes University here in Abuja. I work with Copen Group. So what is healthy building concept? So that we can take care of the life of our clients while they are enjoying the building we have given them. How do we approach that? Architecturally. Healthy buildings is a caring companion. Those houses cares for our life, lift everyday well-being, and also encourage healthier habits. It is part of the Sustainable Development Goal. So the fundamental needs of healthy buildings are three. We have physiological, what is physical, the structure itself. We have psychological, where there's life of being included within the society, having a place that you will call your own, and that comfort. We also have the protective side, the healthy. Fight against diseases, protect against injury, protect against the toxic and explosive gases and other parameters that are within the Indo. Now, healthy building principles are 11. And these 11 can be divided into three. We have indoor air quality as 40% because it takes care of our health. We have green architecture, harvesting nature that God has given us for free into the building. We have also comfort. There are other parameters that we can call comfort in the construction cycle, and it includes what we now call smart, includes what will make things soft for living within the Indo. Now, Parkinson Haynes says that we actually need a comfortable environment for work, meeting, resting, sleeping, and other related matters. My dear Professor Zubairu now said, for us to achieve this, the mindset of professionals in the building industry, including the contractors or developers, should be focused on the comfort and well-being of their clients. Also, in a high-performing building, comfort is achieved, productivity and health is also achieved. But the building that doesn't perform well, there is sick building syndrome, building-related illnesses, and environmental sensitivity, and low productivity. At the end, you spend your money going to the hospital, sleeping at the bed, no work, no income, because the building kills you. So, taking care of this approach will help. Why Indo? Because 90% of the time we spend, averagely, we spend it Indo. 90% of your time you spend it Indo, either in the car or in the office or at home. And then when you are 80 years, you actually spend 72 years within the Indo. We breathe 3,000 gallons of air a day, and so forth and so forth. So an average person breathes approximately 13 million cubic feet of air during their lifetime. But how clean is the air you take within the Indo? That's where the question is. The cleanliness of the air you breathe determines your quality of life. In other words, breathe clean air or live a better life. EPA, this is American actually, records that Indo pollutants causes 3,000 cases of cancer annually. 50% of all disease happens within the Indo. 90% of cold and floods, especially in a packed or frequently visited area or spaces like this, you catch up with it. RIGS also asserts that receptors and carriers meet 80% to 90% time Indo. So most of the disease you get is actually Indo. The carriers and receptors are always meeting. Now that we have gathered, some are carriers, some are givers. Tuberculosis person will be very close to you. The more he breathes, the more you take. Carbon dioxide that will release, people are taking it. So a lot of things is happening. To verify this in Nigeria, whether it is true or so, Ayuba, that's me, and Akande and Etel discover them in houses in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Jos, Abuja, Maiduguri, Enugu, Jalingo, and Kaduna. Rigorous researches. And some of the researches are award-winning researches in the world. In London last year, we presented this paper. 2025, we become the best presenter. We won an award. This year at Jakarta, we also do it, has to do with Indo air quality, and won an award. So I know exactly what I'm saying and what I'm presenting to you. What are these parameters? Number two, what are these parameters? How do they impact us, our comfort and our health? Number one parameters is particulate matters. What is particulate matters? These are dust, dirt, harmattan, smoke, and so forth. How do they impact our, bring discomfort to us? Sneezing, eye and nose, throat irritation. How do they affect our health? By coughing, by lung diseases, irregular heartbeat. They are our Indo and the detail of it. Then with the next one is relative humidity. Is the amount of air or water vapor we have in the air. How do they affect our discomfort? They bring discomfort to us is by itching nose. You find yourself having itching nose within the Indo, dry skin at all time, scratching through your throat at all time. You don't know what is happening, but it is an impact within the Indo. We can mitigate it using architecture or construction. How do they affect our health? Hypothermia, virus, and germ thriving. If we have relative humidity so much within the Indo, germs will thrive so much. The next parameter is temperature that we've been talking about all the time when is the degree of hotness or coldness of air within the Indo, so to speak now. What discomfort does it give? Sweating. When it is too low, freezing. So what health effect? Heart cramps and exhaustion. A little time, 30 minutes, you are so exhausted because of temperature. We can take care of it by design. Carbon dioxide, all breathe, we give out, we take in. The discomfort it causes is it displaces one energy. Carbon, yes, it displaces your energy, interferes with your communication and concentration. Health effect, it increases heart rate and elevated blood pressure. So also noise, we know that it interferes with concentration, and then health-wise, it causes noise-induced hearing loss, heart disease, stress, and so forth. We have light. What does the light do? When it is low, it causes eye strain, the discomfort. You have to strain your eyes to read when it is too low. It causes fatigue. When it is high, it causes stress and anxiety. Then when it is, what is the health effect? Headache. Because you strain your eyes so much, headache will begin to come. How much air are we supposed to harvest now? The light, are we supposed to harvest through green architecture? you have to calculate and give so that they don't need to strain their eyes to look at a pin from the floor. When it is high, it causes hypothermia, ventilation effect, volatile organic compound. Most of us came here with it. The body spray that you use, body odors, mouth odors, all this, we give it out to people when we come. Some people will go, their nose blocked as a result of the type of body spray that you use. Some will go happy. So a lot of volatile organic compound we bring. Radon is the most dangerous cancer cause parameters after tuberculosis in the world. In Maiduguri, so high. I made some measurement. I was shouting the way machine is, is sounding. So it's also a parameters within the Indo. Carbon monoxide, when we cook and where we pack, causes a lot of problem. It displaces the oxygen in people's body and also lead to poisoning. We have formaldehyde, our furnitures. We have odor. We have dew point. We have dampness. How do we take care of it? And then how much do we harvest from the green God's given gift of nature? The light, the energy, the power, the water on the ground and above. How do we use them? Yes, thank you. Since I don't have time, this is the comfort part. These are the smart part. The example of a healthy building. We have started it. We did it at the foundation. We constructed it. Open Group has it, and we are still constructing it in Enugu. This one is the one we have completed in Abuja. These are the ways to have it constructed and have your home built. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If you have any need, you meet the Copen Group.
Round of applause. So they will leave their information behind so that we can continue the conversation. Yes. So we are rounding off now. We'll be out of here in less than 5 minutes. And so, parting shots. This is the best part. Parting shots, you can say what's on your mind. And so we'll just take it in turn, starting from Mrs. Adenike, and then we'll go like that. Parting shot, 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. My last words for today would be that most of us do not know that real estate is the gold. People like me, that's like a risk assessment expert, before coming to this side, I would be very skeptical about investments. I run away from anything that's going to make me trust anybody with my hard-earned money. But take the risk today, invest in real estate, and make returns on your investment 100% and more within the shortest period of time. Make sure you do your due diligence, partner with the right people. I'm also inviting you to partner with Enugu State for a try and begin to make money. Begin to make money.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chief Mrs. Engineer.
I'm not a chief. So I would have closed her way, but I'm a private sector and we're in Lagos. So I'll still just keep saying the same thing. If we're talking affordable, it has to be government all the way. Give us the land, give us the
Free
money,
land.
and we'll be ready to build. Thank
Free
you.
road. Round of
We'll
applause
give you
for her,
car.
please.
We'll give you land, car, house, everything.
Mr. Kayode.
As you give the free land, please don't forget infrastructure. Add to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Emmanuel.
Public-private partnership is sine qua non to affordable housing. Let us partner at different levels: family levels, friendship levels, cooperatives, government, private sector. Let us do it. real estate is most of the viable investment vehicle you can have. Do something. You can buy a house, buy a land, and start from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do something. Honorable Commissioner.
Just as I said, it's a work in progress. And in Lagos, what we are looking at now is collaboration, identifying all the segments in both sectors, like physical planning, housing, finance, and everything. The aim, ultimate aim after the bill is passed is to make sure that we have a funding, both private and public funding that we can access. So that we can drastically drag down the cost of funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like you to give a round of applause to all our panelists. They've done a fantastic job, but the conversation continues. Please engage them one-on-one after they leave here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, our panelists. Just before you go back to your seat, we'd like you to take some pictures. Can we come over to that side so that we can take these pictures? Please, we'd like you to stand the way you were seated. Yes, yes. No, we'll stand, okay, we'll stand the way you were seated, then we'll now mix it. So can we have you on this side? Yes, just come closer and then come forward so that we can take the pictures. No, come forward. You can come forward. Come forward. Come forward, please. Just come forward. Yes, perfect. Do we have good pictures? Do we have good? Then after this, we can mix. All right. Yes, please. I was going to invite him too. Okay, so can we mix up a little bit? Thank you. Thank you. Yes. That's it. That's it. Somebody else in between. Beautiful. Please, Ma, can you go in between the two of them? Yes, perfect then. Now, that's it. Perfect. Why do I feel like this is the best picture for the whole event? I feel this is the best so far. You feel so, right? You see? I got it. All right. Thank you very, very much. Please don't forget your souvenirs, please. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been an interesting time. Very interesting time. If you agree with me, please put your hands together for yourself. For yourself. I didn't say for the panelists or me. For yourself. You've been able to stay up until this time. Thank you very, very much. I like the way she just gave herself that clap. Yes, I really like it. So, thank you very much. This is a goodbye from us. You can have a wonderful evening. We'll love to see you tomorrow, and it's indeed going to be another wonderful time. Please make sure you are going to the exhibition stands. You're going through all of the booths as much as you can. All right? Please talk to them, engage. You might just be having a conversation that will be very beneficial to you, to your company, to your business. So please, you should ask questions. You should get a contact, network with one or two people. You will be gaining a lot. Thank you very much. One more time, this is adios from Queen Rita. Have a wonderful evening.